Magazine Planning for Enhancement of Urban Resilience is organized by School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, in collaboration with National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. School of Planning and Architecture is one of three institutes of national importance under Ministry of Education, Government of India. Here we strive to achieve academic excellence through sustainable local global practices and enhancing the quality of society by means of responsible built environment. The National Institute of Disaster Management is prime institute in India for disaster management, capacity development with nodal responsibilities of training, research, policy and advocacy. The institute works through strategic partnership to promote disaster risk reduction and create resilience India. Now, we present you a small glimpse of our campus, underlining our activities and our life.
In Architecture, Vijayawada is an autonomous institution established by Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. It is a premier centrally funded institution for excellence in the fields of planning and architecture. The quality of education imparted and its focus on research puts SPAV in the league of leading institutes in the country. The school has distinguished itself and has grown as a role model in the professional education, offering undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs in the fields of planning and architecture, while at the same time fostering quality research in these domains. All efforts are being made to develop the school as a place of excellence for innovation, creativity, and research through architecture and planning domains. SP Vijayawada is ranked one of the best technical institutes in the country by National Survey and Ranking, India Today Group, as well as it holds a 9th position in NIR of ranking nationwide for architecture. SP Vijayawada is at the heart of Vijayawada city and is approximately 10 acres. And it hosts a set of iconic buildings with award-winning designs that evolved in an environment-friendly campus master plan. SP Vijayawada Student Housing Design was awarded the prestigious International Eurasian Prize for 2018 in the category of low and mid-rise housing in architecture. Also, the overall campus design received the Griha Exemplary Performance Award for 2018 under the category of passive architecture design. The form and structure of the academic and administrative block is deemed to be outstanding in the city of Vijayawada and is infused with local materials in contemporary brutalist and minimalist design. The buildings in the campus capture maximum natural lighting and ventilation through multi-level courtiers and light bells. It has several unique architectural and structural features of innovation. The campus has ICT-enabled teaching atmosphere, high-end digital surveillance system, modern laboratories, spacious studios and classrooms, open-air theaters, auditorium, cafeteria, and outdoor sports facilities. In addition, there are several well-equipped seminar rooms, smart lecture rooms, discussion rooms, boardrooms, and exhibition hall. The campus has an additional 2.6 acres land with green cover, which is in the process of being developed as an outdoor sport facility. All common areas are connected by Wi-Fi and 1 GB per second internet connectivity. The computer labs have state-of-the-art workstation and network which can handle high-end computing required for design, rendering, and processing of satellite data for planning. The Central Library of SPAV is one of the ingenious and most resourceful and connected technical libraries in the southern region of India, supporting teaching, learning, research, and consultancy activities in the domains of planning and architecture. SP Vijayawada believes in a paradigm of education that combines intrinsic and instrumental values of the discipline. The students are not merely imparted or prescribed what to learn, but are also encouraged to discover and innovate. SPA Vijayawada has built instrumental environment of education, standing on pillars of adequate infrastructure, tools of experimentation, and presence of wisdom. Life and engagement at the campus makes a student a responsible individual towards its environment. With the perfect location of the campus at the heart of the city, the campus boasts of proximity to major residential areas, shopping malls, and supermarkets, as well as close proximity to premium hospital and hospitality services within a range of 1 kilometer itself. The students' health is enriched by the exquisite flora and fauna now thriving within the campus, added by the development of sports facilities which the students enjoy. The students also participate in myriad extracurricular activities, celebration of fests and festivals, and thus enhancing a cosmopolitan culture, befitting and cherishing the National Institute that receives a throng of students every year from across the country. Thank you for watching the video. For more information, visit our website. Now we would like everyone to rise for the invocation song.
प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकम् भक्तावासं स्मरे नित्यम् आयुकामार्थसिद्धये प्रथमं वक्रतुण्डं च एकदन्तं द्वितीयकम् तृतीयं कृष्णपिङ्गाक्षं गजवक्त्रं चतुर्दकम् लम्बोदरं पञ्चमं च षष्ठं विकटमेव च सप्तमं विघ्नराजेन्द्रं धूम्रवर्णं तथाष्टमम् नवमं भालचन्द्रं च दशमं तु विनायकम्
Now, I would like Dr. Janmajoy Gupta, convener of the conference, Dean Research, Associate Professor at Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, to deliver a welcome address. Please, sir.
A very warm good morning to all assembled guests, Director Sir, our Chief Guest, Tripta Thakur Madam, who is the Director General, National Power Training Institute, coming under the Ministry of Power, Government of India, Colonel Reddy from National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, our registrar sir, all assembled deans and HODs, all assembled faculty, and all assembled students. It's with great happiness that we are organizing this humble and modest national conference, but we do intend to make a small imprint. Incidentally, School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada comes under the Ministry of Education. Our co-partner in this national conference, National Institute of Disaster Management, comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and our chief guest is from the Ministry of Power. So all are Government of India bodies. So we are coming together and trying to make a small contribution. As the title of the conference suggests, energy efficient planning for enhanced urban resilience. Now, this has two parts: energy efficient planning, and the second part is enhanced urban resilience. Now, we are hitherto acquainted with the term energy efficient buildings, but in India, energy efficient urban planning has not come up in that way, though it is in existence in a lot of European countries like Sweden, Austria, where they have energy grids and all efficient energy planning initiatives, but it's not here. The second part of the conference is enhanced urban resilience. I mean, we need to convey that how energy efficient planning can lead to enhanced urban resilience. Now, in very brief 5 words, if I say what do we mean by urban resilience. Nowadays, our urban areas are susceptible to lot of calamities as well as other issues like heat stress, increased global warming, and the calamities are there always in its own place: earthquakes, cyclones, landslides, recently occurred, everything. So how can energy efficient planning lead to enhanced urban resilience, which is the ability to cope up with all these extraneous factors like heat stress and calamities? So that is, we have received papers beyond our expectations, and we hope that there will be some contribution to this body of knowledge that is already existing, small contribution. So with that, I would thank you all for supporting. I'd like to especially thank our director, sir, for encouraging and supporting. At very short notice, he ensured everything is done very smoothly. So I now would request our anchors to call upon the director, sir, chief guest, all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insight, comments. Before I proceed, I would like to welcome our NIDM Chief Guest, Dr. Eepeur Thakur ma'am, and our Director, sir, Dr. Professor Vijayawada sir, our Registrar, sir, Shri Kumar Mahesh Kawal, sir, to the proceedings.
for the introduction. Good morning to all. Greetings and welcome to Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Tripta Thakur, Director General, NPPI, Ministry of Power, Government of India, and distinguished Colonel P.S. Reddy, Joint Director, NIDM Vijayawada, SPS Registrar, all Deans, Heads, Conveners, and Coordinators of the conference, and Technical Committee and Organizing Committee members, all faculty, students, invitees, press and media. It is my great joy that I present the inaugural address for the National Conference on Energy Efficiency in Planning and Enhanced Urban Resilience, organized by School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, and National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi. In the realm of continuous challenges faced by urban areas are key leverage points in the quest of global sustainability due to their high consumptions and high generation of waste and containing hotspots of vulnerability. In this conference and the conference deliberations may attempt to interconnect the and provide an insight to the emerging concepts of the urban resilience to present the city durability and mutualize it with the complexity of the green energy transitions, evolving, analyzing of various concepts related to urban resilience or the ecological resilience, whatever we call, the energy efficiency focusing on the magnitude of its influence that can absorb before the system changes its structure as a measure of persistence of a systems to absorb the change while attaining the relationship between population and their variables. The conference is strongly focused on addressing one or two questions specifically. One, how and what are the ways and means to link the process of building resilience in line with the energy efficiency and what are the potential opportunities for urban areas. And second one is what are the potential outcome if two strategies are jointly implemented. One is energy efficiency, second one is urban resilience. These concepts of resilience are tightly interconnected to sustainability and energy. As if you look at it, these are the key features of the resilient urban systems to ensure availability, accessibility, adaptability, and also then affordability. These are the four important items. These are the things that are getting integrated, and in what way we have to look at the urban resilience and as well as energy efficiency. The concept is metaphor to describe the ways of urban systems to observe and especially the hazards and recover simultaneously maintaining their behavior and urban ecosystems. One of the points which I really look at it is the energy resources are getting diminished. Our cities are becoming energy deserts. Besides climate change as well as the global warming is posing several threats to our population, accompanied by increasing accidents of urban disasters. Especially when you look at it, development is essential and justified, but in relation to the holistic and sustainable way. It is this context when we look at that, the conference wishes that it would make an effective contributions and deliberations in creating an increased awareness among architects, planners, policy makers, engineers, and the public to move towards the new order. India rich in knowledge and science. In the next 25 years, during Amrit Kal, the nation will move forward towards achieving and paving a way to become global guru, emphasizing and also covered under Atmanirbhar Bharat. To conclude that, I wish this conference is going to address intricate issues of energy efficient and resilient and safe urban future areas. Jai Hind, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Tripta Thakur. She is the Director General at National Power Training Institute, which is an apex body of Ministry of Power, Government of India. She was earlier head and professor at Electrical Engineering Department at National Institute of Technology, Malad, Bhopal, India. She is graduate from Electrical Engineering with master's degree in Power Electronics from IIT Kanpur and has a PhD from IIT Delhi. She has been recipient of several awards such as Commonwealth Research Scholar at University of Dundee, UK, Commonwealth Academic Fellow at Durham University Business School, UK, co-found senior research at Durham University Business School, visiting faculty at Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, technical member for International Eco-Technical Commission, ISGF working group member. She has a teaching and research experience of 28 years and has nearly 100 publications to her credit. She has also been a consultant for evolving a possible common South Asian electricity market. Ma'am, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Indeed, a pleasure to come back again to SPA Vijayawada. Respected Ramesh ji, Director SPA, Reddy ji, and all the distinguished guests sitting in the dais and off the dais, and student and participant of this uh, program of energy efficiency in planning for enhanced urban resilience. This is such an important topic, and I'm really honored to here to discuss some of the issues which, as an energy, we are looking for the making urban area resilient, especially in the context of energy. We all know that why we are here today and why we are talking about all these issues. We all know that global warming is present tense; it is no more future tense. Last year, IPPC report has clearly told us that only 20 years are left if we will still continue our business as usual. So every nation has to take certain very drastic steps. And we are seeing that everyone is doing that. Although it has started long back, people were not in a position to understand the global warming and environmental concern. Kyoto Protocol was the first initiative which was failed. Then Copenhagen was failed, and the reason was very simple: that the major power America has not participated because they are still debating. This is not the issue. There is no issue like environmental concern. Although people like Fitzo Capra and everybody is writing, all the physicists, all the scientists, they have been writing continuously. And here I would like to mention one report long back. There was a Club of Rome, which is a very prestigious club, which has invited the philosopher of the technology people to do one study that how long we can sustain. So after a lot of discussions and brainstorming session, they have come up with the book, which is known as a Club of Rome publication, Growth of Life. So in this book, they have clearly indicated that if they will see and analyze and model the world, business as usual will not sustain the life in this earth. And we have already known that five extinction already took place. Last fifth extinction was reported long back. Of course, this required a times of billions of years. But are we heading towards sixth extinction of life? So all these global warming issues now understood, and then the Paris Agreement, America has participated, and this becomes success story. Then everybody becomes very sincere. India, right from the beginning, is very sincere, have decided the goal that we will cut our global gas emission by 30 to 35% in the coming 2030. And this 30 to 35%, the base year was 2005. So we are proceeding towards that. We have set our goals that we will include half of the generation capacity, installed capacity by renewable energy by 2030. So we are in the way of adding 500 gigawatt renewable energy by 2030 and net zero by 2070. So we, India has defined a very, very clear goal for achieving this objective. And please believe me, adding 500 gigawatt by renewable energy is the most ambitious plan of any nation, and we are blessed with that, and we are in that way only. Why renewable energy is very, very important? Because we all know that the two major challenges with the world is facing is energy security and this environmental concern, and the solution for both this energy security and environmental concern is renewable energy. So we are going for that. Of course, it is very challenging also, because when we would like to integrate this renewable energy in the grid, there are many technical issues. But all the scientists are working very hard. The technologies are developing so that we can come up with the integration issues of system integration, but also there are new business model are coming. So world is changing, everything is changing, and the pillar for these changes are electrification, digitalization, and the decentralization. And decentralization means we really would like to take care of the energy in a different way. So now we are talking about the urban, and we all know that cities means 50% of the global population lives in the city. 80% of global GDP contribution is coming from the cities. Two-thirds of global energy consumption is coming from the city, and more than 70% of annual global carbon emission is coming from the city. And this growth rate, which is projected as 50% population is living, but by 2050, it is being projected that 70% population will start living in the urban area. So we can understand how important is this area is, and how we all need to work to make them resilient. And I really would like to congratulate the organizers, coordinator of this event, for not only working with NIDM for this, but taking a very, very relevant topic. And energy and the growth is very much related. If you see all the studies, how GDP growth took place and how the energy growth took place, they similarly grow together. Only once in a while, there is a less energy demand, which took place long back in 2008 because of the global recession, and then in the COVID times, because the industries were not working initially. So COVID times we have seen the dip, but that is very transitional. Otherwise, we, especially India, is known as an energy hungry country because we are growing, and anybody who grows requires energy. And per capita consumption is one very important index to know that how developed a nation is. Although our consumption is very, very less as compared to developed nation, this may be a plus point also from the environmental point of view. So that I will cover later on. But we know that energy demand in the city is growing. Urbanization is very, very much correlated with the energy consumption, and cities are using more fossil fuel. Means they are not healthy, they are contributing more for global gas emission. And energy actually impacts the resilience of the cities. So how it impacts? It impacts in every way. When we talk about the economy, the price fluctuation affects. When we talk about the environment, then global gas emission affects. And when we talk about the society, any disruption which comes, it affects us. Institution is also very, very important, and we must do our relevant technology to support the institution. So local energy management is one solution for urban policy, and urban policy really needs to be integrated with the energy policy. And how we can take and go ahead in this direction, the key measures are uh, many, but very important is the transportation sector. So how we are going to use the public transport and green mobility, this is going to play a major role. And here I would like to mention the example of Kyoto. Kyoto was the first country who started the concern, and they have implemented their city master plan with the aim for concentrating urban function and public transport. So they are doing very well, as already mentioned by one of the organizers, that best practices are there in the world, but we need to see what are the best practices. We need not to adopt as it is, because our country's situation, internal situations are different. So we need to learn from the best practice, but we need to implement best practices, seeing our own culture and our own environment. Munich also is a very important city where low carbon emission vehicles are only used. Second way measure when we can integrate the urban policy with the energy policy is improving energy efficiency of housing, building, and all the districts level. So Toronto is one another example, city example, where economic policy tools has been used. So they have given very clear cut direction that how economic tools, policy tools can be integrated to improve the energy efficiency. Why energy efficiency is very, very important? Because whatever consumption we are doing, we can reduce if we will go and move towards the energy efficiency. So we can save electricity in that sense. Munich is again an example where technical support and technical assistance is given to anyone who really would like to adopt the energy efficiency policies. Regulatory policy tool is used in Bristol for carbon reduction commitment. So regulation is also going to play a very, very important role, and the regulator who decide the tariff, they should decide the tariff based on performance based regulation. So those who are doing good, they should be given incentive, they should be given profits, and those who are not doing good, they should be punished. So this is the way of improving the efficiency and productivity of any utility. So when the price is decided, we must implement, regulator must implement such kind of policies. But on the other hand, electricity sector is still a very political sector. Although rule of games are changing after Electricity Act 2003, but if we will start giving free electricity, then who will bother about efficiency? If I'm getting everything free, why should I bother to buy a lamp which is costly because it is energy efficient? Why should I buy a AC which is 5-star rating but it is very costly when electricity is free? So we need to think and come out of these clutches that things are available free. Nothing is free in this world. Then another measure which is required is energy self-sufficient building and districts. Toronto is again an example which has come up with the peer-to-peer trading. They have their own system and they are doing peer-to-peer trading as different kind of business model has come up for making the whole city self-sufficient in the form of in the form of energy. Again, the another measure for making our urban structure resilient and self-sufficient in the form of energy is to make them self-sufficient and have more and more RE penetration. I really would like to congratulate SPA Vijayawada, as I have discussed with Director Sir, that all your roof is occupied with the solar panel. You are using 100% available roof for producing electricity. So that is really a remarkable achievement of any institute. So we need to go for more and more solutions, indigenous solutions for finding more and more use of renewable energy in future. Institutional capacity also need to be developed to include the energy policy. And what I mean by that, collaboration of industry, collaboration of academia, and collaboration of government. And you can see that this conference is organized with the help of Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Education, and I'm there to support Ministry of Power. So this kind of collaboration, this kind of awareness is very much required, and I really would like to congratulate you organizers for taking initiative in this direction. Here also I would like to give an example of Barcelona city. They have one project which is known as a Compromise 2022. And in this, they have gathered 800 various stakeholders, including from academia, industry, and government, to think and do the brainstorming to come up with the best solution. Kyoto also have one urban oil field development project And what they are doing in this project in Kyoto, they are making petroleum from the food waste and paper. So all these new solutions we need to find out. Raising awareness among citizens, that is very, very important. And for that purpose, again, Kyoto has taken initiative. They have Eco School District Project. So right from the beginning, right from the childhood, right from the school, we need to make our people, students aware, our children aware and see the importance. Because ultimately, when we are concerned about environment, do as a scientist we have a solution for 100% technical solution for all these problems which are existing nowadays? My answer is no. No 100% technical solution is possible for taking care of the environment concern. The way is that we need to become more responsible. We need to become more responsible consumer. We need to become more responsible citizen. And for that purpose, we need to make aware our students, our school children, that they should be sensitized. I really would like to give a very crude example here because, and I will narrate in Hindi because the person who told me, he told me whenever the best way is whenever you see a bulb, कभी भी आप बल्ब देखें जलता हो तो आपको दिखना चाहिए जंगल जल रहा है. If you have this much sensitivity कि बल्ब के पीछे आपको जंगल जलता हुआ दिखे, then you will sensitize your people. And what we need to teach them, use electricity, no issue. But whenever you are not using, please save the electricity. Please close the bulb. Please close the AC. Please close the TV. Because in the normal norms, people are not aware. Okay, I can pay, so I can use. This is not the thing because we are not charging much to the people. Although our tariff structure is that if you are using more electricity, per electricity charge is more. But even that is not very high. But we need to make our children aware about the consumption, about their responsibility. So Kyoto has started one project of Eco School District Project. Bristol Green Capital also have one project which is known as the Green Capital Official School Program, creating alliance among different cities. That is also one way. And pilot projects are really helping in this and we need to learn from them. So one pilot project which started in Belgium, which is one of the French city, is known as a Catalan Eco Park. In this park, they have the wind farm, solar plant, heat network, waste energy plant, biogas production unit. So with this all pilot projects, they are showing that how we can live happily, peacefully with our environment. Kyoto also has one pilot project for decentralized power system in Okaki area. That is also very, very successful. Barcelona also has one intervention plan of diversifying faces. Munich is also has one pilot project in this area. And they are also in Munich, they are running renewable energy expansion campaign. So we need to learn from all these best practices and we need to design our own way and our own pilot project to make our urban system energy efficient, relying on energy efficient. And we are already going for smart city projects. And in the smart city, we are going for smart electrification. And that is also one way because we know that we are moving towards digitalization and this is going to help us in future. Key policy strategies are few. If I have time, can I continue? Yeah. So there we need to talk about the key policies which we can adopt to make this successful. One key policy is adaptive energy management. When we talk about adaptive means we really would like to depend on data. And data and digitalization are really going to help us to design adaptive energy management policy. The second policy strategy we should go for is robust energy management. So we need to create our infrastructure in the cities, electricity infrastructure and other urban infrastructure, which is robust in nature. And for that purpose, as I belong to electricity area and power sector, we know that in distribution sector, there are huge losses AT&C, we are not calling them transmission and distribution losses, which are correlated with theft and decoyed losses. We have started calling them AT&C losses, which is aggregate technical and commercial losses. These losses in the technical side is only 6%, but in all the state, the losses in the range of 30%, 35%. So how to reduce these losses, which is nothing, not technical losses, we can reduce them. So there is some technology which we need to invest, and that's why the Ministry of Power has come up with a very ambitious scheme which is known as a revamped distribution scheme, where they are putting a lot of money for improving the infrastructure. So we need to work as a key policy strategies to make our robust energy management infrastructure. Third policy strategy we need to adopt is reluctant energy management system, where diversity, efficiency, smart energy management should be a part. Flexible energy management. We need to design our policies based on long-term policy measures, mid-term policy measure, and short-term measure. And we need to have some pilot project to show that how we are going to implement flexible energy management system. Inclusiveness, that is very much required, and today we are standing here, I'm standing here, we all are going to discuss this inclusive energy management policies, which is nothing but collaboration of industry, academia, and government, and also the awareness. So we need to design policy for making aware people aware that why we are so much concerned. Every year is the highest temperature we have been seeing. Every year, constant है ये, हर साल, पिछले साल से देखिए इस साल ज्यादा गर्म होगा, उससे पिछले साल से पिछला साल गर्म था. Every year we are witnessing this, and not only temperature, but see the condition of other things also. So we need to make people aware that it's very, very important to take care of our environment. Resourceful energy management. What we mean by this policy of resourceful energy management, we need to have improved energy efficiency measure, we need to have efficient transportation, and we need to have more and more penetration of renewable energy in our system. Integrated energy management, where we will having digitalization and smart controls that can reduce emission from the buildings. So by 2050, 350 million ton of CO2 emission we need to, we are emphasizing that this much will come. So we need to take care to reduce the global gas emission, and we need to adopt the smart buildings and different controls to take care of the emission from the buildings. Also, urban transportation figure also I would like to give, that the urban transport account for 4 billion tons CO2 equivalent, which is more than 40% of the transport sector total emission. This is coming from urban transportation. So this is a huge figure. We need to do something to make green transportation. Calcutta is one example in India. They have come up with the transportation in the form of electric vehicle. And I'm very sure that soon everyone will go for this transportation. So we all need to work together, and together we can make a difference. But we need to adopt every technology measure to make our urban energy efficient system and resilient energy system, but also we need to work from individual level also, and that is exactly what has been told by our honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in COP26, which Ramesh ji, your director, has also mentioned that Panch Mahabhuta concept has been given. And in this Panch Mahabhuta concept, the India is going to give a new, different way of thinking, way of visualizing, a new way where world need to see that this in the imbalance in the environment, which is very, very alarming nowadays, need to be the root cause for this is imbalance in Panch Mahabhut. Panch Mahabhut is a very clear known term in our Indian way and our philosophy. So there is an imbalance in this Panch Mahabhuta, which is responsible for the environmental problems. So we need to do something to make them all Panch Mahabhut in a balance. So what strategy we need to adopt to make them balance? All five different ministries are working on that, and we all are thinking and doing that what we should do to make them balance. But one, in COP26, Pradhan Mantri ji has given one mission which is known as a life mission, which is lifestyle for environment. And this lifestyle or environment, because whenever we talk about that this is happening, then individually how we can contribute, कौन करेगा ये? Individually we can contribute by adopting a lifestyle for environment. So please adopt this, be a responsible consumer, be a responsible citizen, be a lover of environment, so that sustainability is going to play a major role in the world, and India can lead in this way because our people are already knows that जितना जरूरी है उतना करना है, greed का कोई अंत नहीं है. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It gives us immense pleasure to announce the release of conference proceedings of energy efficiency in planning for enhanced urban resilience for the 4 themes of the year. Now, I request our chief guest, Dr. Tripta Thakur ma'am, our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Konda, and all the esteemed members on the dais to release the extended abstract of the conference proceedings. I would now like to invite Colonel P.S. Reddy, Joint Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, South Campus, Vijayawada, to address the gathering. Colonel P.S. Reddy is a highly accomplished military officer with over 25 years of experience. He has served in various sensitive operational sectors, including J&K, line of control, and deserts, and has commanded a strategic unit in a sensitive environment. He has also served as an instructor in gunnery and as the head of Department for Missile Advanced Training at a prestigious Strategic Forces Training School. Colonel Reddy has actively participated in a disaster-related trainings and relief operation. He has received commendations for his leadership and devotion of duty, including the Commander-in-Chief Strategic Forces Command and Unit Citation. Currently, he is on deputation to the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, serving as the Joint Director of the National Institute of Disaster Management, South Campus, Vijayawada, since April 2023. So, please.
Good morning to all distinguished guests, Dr. Chitta ma'am, Dr. Ramesh, and the distinguished guests on the dais, delegates and participants. First of all, congratulations to School of Planning and Architecture for this amazing, wonderful infrastructure and energy efficient building per se. While I was interacting with sir, he was mentioning almost 50%, 25 to 50% of energy is being produced from within the solar panels of the institute itself. That's a great thing. That's a good start for any SPA to boom. Second, again, congratulations to SPA for organizing this wonderful national conference on such kind of relevant topic, national conference on energy efficiency in urban planning for enhanced urban resilience. It's a very long topic, but very relevant, especially in situation, as you are aware that India is the most populous nation. It recently had become. Population is increasing and population is somehow moving to urban areas only. As India is projected to witness rapid urban transformation as its urban population rises from 300 million to over 700 million by 2050. By 2025, an estimated 70 Indian cities are expected to have a population size of over million. Mainstreaming climate resilience into urban development is essential because climate risks may only be one of the several factors defining poverty level, well-being, economic growth, and development of an urban environment. Somehow, this liking to move to urban areas, we would have seen our forefathers were joint families and were staying in one house, 10 of them, 15 of them. But as of now, in a family of 6, 8, have to have 2 to 3 houses, and especially in the most urban places. Similarly, in those old days, our forefathers used to live without ACs on, on a very decent housing of high rooftops without any AC, and in most of places not even without fans. But presently, I think most of us are living with ACs. Probably in at least 50% of houses in this very Vijayawada town would have ACs, probably more than that. It's a similar trend throughout India and most of the world, especially India being a developing state. Combination of high vulnerability to disaster and integrated unplanned urbanization is making a deadly combination, especially in India, which is still developing, and India is witnessing an explosive growth in urban areas with cities estimated to support more than 40% of the country's population and more than 75% of national GDP by 2030. I'm just giving these figures to make a point that everybody is moving to cities, and this is going to cause a lot of urban stress, and developing urban heat islands in high built-up areas is becoming a huge issue and need urgent attention. Cities are also the largest consumers of supplied electricity, like Dr. Tripta ma'am was just mentioning about these things. So how we have to make this energy efficient, especially in this energy resources limitations. One of the important challenges of future buildings would be the reduction of energy consumption from construction to demolition. The complete cycle of a building has to be energy efficient. As a tropical country, India faces serious issues of temperature rise and fall in most of the parts. Like India has got a lot of varied geographical regions from plus 55 degrees to minus 40 degrees. The requirement would be different in different places. So we have to concentrate as per the culture, as per the climate of that particular city in making these plans. You cannot have the same planning in Leh Ladakh and similarly in Kannur or Kanyakumari. Policymakers and developmental planners have increasingly become interested in understanding the concepts of resilience, vulnerability, and adaptation to enable proactive and better informed response to urban disasters. The policy framework is geared such that the energy is supplied through efficient markets to improve India's competitiveness and spur economic growth. Climate resilient urban planning needs to consider both current and future climate risk as well as other likely changes in the urban environment. Green buildings entail promotion of energy efficiency, land sustainability, water efficiency, resources efficiency, and better building environment. NIDM, my institute, National Institute of Disaster Management, provides capacity building support to various national and state level agencies in the field of disaster management and disaster risk reduction. In this regards, just discussing with Dr. Tripta ma'am, probably ma'am would be collaborating again with you, and then we'll be working for better things, ma'am. This institute has been involved in sharing of literary resources and infrastructure for supporting activities related to urban disaster risk management, training of trainers, exchange of experiences, and take initiative for organizing international and national conferences. This is one of those initiatives, and the NIDM South Campus, which has been operationalized just recently in Vijayawada itself. So hope will be looking forward to seeing the significant research findings and appropriate strategies suggested, recommended during these conferences as an outcome towards enhanced urban resilience at national level. Wishing the organized committee all the best for this thing, and I wish you all the success, and lot of good ideas will come up out of this conference. Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. As we come to close, I would like everyone to stand for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Yes, sir. And now, I would like to invite our Registrar Sir, School of Planning and Architecture, Shri Uma Maheshwar Rao Sir, on the dais to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning to all of you. To start with, heartfully thank our Honorable Director, Sir Professor Ramesh Sir, for creating an opportunity for conducting this national conference. Energy efficiency in planning for enhanced urban resilience. So it is really a new topic for people like me, who is neither an engineer nor an architect. I was talking to one of my colleagues, an architect here, before starting up the session. And something I came to know that how the energy is to be efficiently managed and how optimum utilization has to be done. That is the purpose. In a layman's sense, I can say this. So this is the conference that is we are going to conduct for 2 days, 26 and 27. To start with, once again, I thank our Honorable Director, Professor Ramesh Sir. He always tries hard for new things and development of the institution. At least once in a day, he says that I want to see the institution at height, at its high levels. So thank you very much, sir, for spending your valuable time with us and giving us an opportunity for conducting this conference. I want to thank Dr. Tripta Thakur ma'am, Director General, National Power Training Institute. She has given a wonderful tips, a very nice ideas, how even a general public have to contribute their part in energy efficiency. Thank you very much, ma'am. You have come all the way and you have participated, spent your valuable time with us. Definitely we will implement laymen's like us, those who don't have an idea of energy efficiency also. Really inspired by your words. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Colonel P.S. Reddy, sir, Joint Director, National Institute of Disaster Management. Disaster management, we generally see that when any external calamities happens, how they rescue the people, innocent people, those who are for no reason, they get captured into that national calamities like floods, earthquakes and all. And it's a very prestigious institution. And it is very great that a person like Sir is heading that institution as a joint director. Thank you very much, sir. You have come all the way and participated in our session, and you have given very nice advices. I thank our Dr. Janmajay Gupta, sir. He is keeping his best foot forward in conducting this national seminar. He has consumed all his efforts. For the last 3 days, I have seen him coming to me many times for giving the logistic support for making the function successful. I thank all my faculty, deans, heads of the departments, and other faculty members for spending their valuable time and participating in the conference. I thank my dear students, even though participation is very less, you are always busy with some other schedules, for coming and participating here. You remember that this such type of national conferences are really valuable for you people. At the last, I thank the people, those who have extended their support, the IT section people, the electricians, the in charges, those who are responsible for keeping spick and span the entire area and making a wonderful arrangements. Thank you all. I wish you all a very best and participate in the session. And the organizers, I wish you all the best for making this function successful. Thank you very much to one and all.
Just as an extension of the vote of thanks, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to my co-coordinators, Dr. Fayaz Ahmed and Mr. Jayesh Bhagwat, who are assistant professors, architecture department and planning department respectively. They have been ceaselessly working on it for the last 7-10 days and beyond. Thanks to the technical committee headed by Professor Abdul Razak sir and other members, and they will be soon seen as chairs and co-chairs for the sessions that ensue. Thanks to the organizing committee, especially to the guest house, Dr. R.N.S. Murthy, the fooding arrangement, Kartik Charlavada, the list goes on. Vijesh for ensuring the banners were right on time. Pushpendra, Santosh for decking up this in the least possible time possible. Santosh especially for running after the mementos as well. Everyone, Rajiv, the list goes on. So, but I thank each and every member of the organizing committee and the technical committee. And we look forward to your continued support by being present. I know it's end of the semester, lot of work, juries, question paper settings, last minute things, but I would like you to please be part of the sessions that start in first floor soon after the tea break. We have 4 sessions. Some of you are there as co-authors. I was very glad to see that as well. So I'd like your support there also, being part of the sessions. Please conclude.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural session. We invite all of you to the energy efficiency at urban scale, which will start at 11:30. Refreshments are being served. Thank you, everyone, for
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Good morning. Mr. Ravi, Pavitra Raj, Nikita, eh, Mr. Prasanna, Arvind,
Hi, good morning.
good morning. Yeah, this is Prasanna, right?
Yes, this is
Yeah,
Prasanna.
yeah. I'm just checking whether all the presenters here.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Ravi Krushar is not here. Mr. Ravi Kushore. Pavitra Raj.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, you're there. Nikita.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Prasanna ji is already there. No, yeah, directly there. No. Arvind sir, yeah, you are there.
Yes.
Sudesh, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sudesh.
Good morning. Now, I would like to invite you all to session 1 of day 1 theme Energy Efficiency at Urban Scale. The session chair, Professor Dr. I.R. Vijayalakshmi Kashinath, Professor, Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. She has done her bachelor's, master's, and PhD from SAP Anna University and higher research postdoctorate completed in 2010 as a part of fellowship from PolyMe and the area of smart material and nanotechnology in buildings. The session co-chair, Dr. Uma Shankar Pasina, is the associate professor and head of Department of Architecture, School of Planning in Vijayawada. He has done his PhD in construction management in IIT Kanpur, master's in building science and construction management from IIT Delhi, and has building industry experience and academic experience of 15 years.
Pointer is there. Can you introduce that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all. And good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello. Is it okay? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for given opportunity to present this paper. And thank you for coordinators and Dr. Ramesh sir and Dr. Umashankar sir, Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am. And today I'm going to present this paper. Little bit nervous because the first time I'm presenting the paper because so due to like energy efficiency in urban models. So we have framed like this is the topic, a framework for sustainability analysis and policy evaluation. We are combining energy efficiency and building energy usage in urban models. This is the topic. Okay. Yeah, this is the presentation outline. Introduction, literature study, methodology, and the framework and application and policy that implement as part of new approach combining energy efficiency, building energy usage in urban models, discussions and conclusions, theoretical implications and practical implications, and some of the references we have given in this. Yeah, coming to that introduction, energy efficient construction is so important for reducing the negative consequences of climate change and promoting sustainable urban development. Although the most urban models aware of the significance of energy efficiency, they seldom take building energy usage and efficiency into account when evaluating policy, losing a big chance to evaluate and improve urban policies. In order to solve this problem, a recent research suggests a methodology for incorporating energy use and efficiency into urban models that blends microeconomic theory with real estate marketing pricing systems. And this method can assist the decision makers in assessing the efficacy of various energy efficiency programs and their effect greenhouse gas emissions and economic growth and urban residents and quality of life. Yeah, the suggested framework can assist decision makers is making wise choice regarding the energy efficiency and sustainable urban development strategies. It eventually helping the greenhouse gas emissions and improve the quality of life for urban dwellers. The approach used to study, analyze the connection between building energy consumption. Sorry. Second point. The approach used to study, analyze the connection between building energy consumption and real estate market values using both economic theory and data on building energy performances. See, policymakers may assess the efficacy of different energy efficiency programs and analyze their possible economic effects on real estate market by adding energy use and efficiency in urban models. Finally, the framework may also use it to prioritize energy efficiency, building for retrofitting or other energy saving measures, and to identify the buildings that are energy efficient. By using this strategy, authorities may encourage green urban development and improve the standards of living for city dwellers and lessen the carbon footprint of metropolitan regions. We have gone through few literature study, like we have reviewed so many journals. This is a literature study. In 2019, proposed urban energy modeling approaches, and 2019 aimed to select most relevant data analysis process, technique and support decision making and built environment different scales analysis from the individual building urban environment. And 2019 studied relationship between building area and household and energy consumption per square meter and found that the former has dilution effect on the latter. 2020 demonstrate the benefits combining physics based on building simulation methods, and 2020 used to simulation method developed an urban building energy consumption database for a pilot city of Wuhan and China to provide the data support and building energy consumptions. And 2020 aimed to develop performance evaluation criteria sustainability in high-rise residential buildings. And 2021 formulated theoretical model that demonstrated links between the heritage building and historic urban landscapes and sustainable developments. 2021 investigated, oh, sorry. 2021 investigated the energy efficient urban transformation strategy, Istanbul region and its effect, the market and adequacy of energy standards, Turkey, and the contribution digitalization in construction and sustainability with building information modeling, BIM, uh, and energy analysis. In 2021, developed multiple discrete continuous extreme value model to analyze source and consumption decision is an integrated framework. 2021 presented a novel module of the Eureka platform for the evaluating effects of the interaction between district building and cooling season. Together, these studies demonstrated the various approaches to urban energy modeling and their potential for promoting sustainable urban development. They also highlight the importance of consideration of building energy, use of efficiency in policies, evaluation and decision making. We have studied, we have reviewed these things. And methodology. Coming to the methodology, the methodology for implementing the conceptual framework, a framework for sustainable analysis and policy evaluation, combining energy efficiency and building energy usage in urban models involves the following steps. That is the topic and how I have evolved in this like points I'm explaining for that. Defining the research questions. Through questions, the first step is to define the research question problem statement that will guide the analysis. This may involve identifying specific energy efficiency policies measured to evaluate or assessing the energy performances of a specific building or group of buildings. Next, collect the analyzed data. The next step is to collect and analyze the data, energy consumption, building characteristics, and other relevant variables. This may involve conducting energy audits, gathering data from utility bills or smart meters, and using simulation tools and model energy use and saving potential. Conducting a sustainable assessment in addition to evaluating the energy performance, building sustainability assessment can be conducted to evaluate the environmental, social, economic impacts and energy efficiency measures. Environmental impacts of energy efficiency measures are conducting cost benefit analysis to assess the economic impacts. Yeah, the next to the methodology continuity, evaluating policy effectiveness. The final step is to evaluate the effectiveness and energy efficiency policies and measures in achieving their intended outcomes. This may involve the analysis, the impact policy interventions on energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and other relevant indicators. For implementing the conceptual framework, a framework for sustainable analysis and policy evaluation combine the energy efficiency. Good morning, sir. Yeah. Combine the energy efficiency and building energy usage urban models involves comprehensive approach, the data collection and modeling analysis to evaluate the effectiveness of energy efficiency policies and measures. By incorporating the urban models, policy evaluation, sustainable assessment, stakeholders can identify the opportunity for improvement and develop the effectiveness strategies for improving the building energy efficiency and reduce the environmental impacts. Next, coming to the framework of modeling energy efficiency and energy usage. The research suggests methodology with three essential components: calculating the energy usage and energy efficiency in urban models address to this problem. The new construction sub-model, which makes up the first component of framework, estimates construction cost, energy prices, government subsidies, and demand to calculate the best level of energy efficiency for new residential and non-residential, like residential and commercial structures. And energy usage submodels, heating and cooling, is a part of framework and takes into account building characteristics, occupation behavior, weather, and energy costs. The suggested framework offers a realistic and all-inclusive method and simulating energy use and efficiency in urban models. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. Some of the applications we have taken, and these applications in this study, the conceptual model simulating intra-regional placement and mobility decisions in a metropolitan area over a prolonged period time discussed along with the suggested framework with integrating energy usage and efficiency variable characteristic. The submodel of the building energy usage ability predict overall household greenhouse emissions also include in this article. The model can be used in the forecast how various models transport, including carpooling, public transit, will affect energy consumption and greenhouse emissions. In this study, the conceptual model for the simulating intra-regional placement and mobility decisions in a metropolitan area over a prolonged period of time is discussed along with the suggested framework for integrated energy usage and efficiency variable characteristics. Some of the same applications. And coming to the last, combining energy and building energy uses in urban models. Coming to the topic, how I combined. This study, the examine the significance include building energy usage and energy efficiency. The urban models, energy saving techniques can cut the amount of energy needed to run a building, which can lower energy expenditures and greenhouse gas emissions. The policymakers and urban planners can make a better informed choices about the energy use and greenhouse gas emissions cities by adding energy efficiency, building energy utilization into urban models. Urban models frequently fail to take the building energy consumption into account, which has an impact on intra-regional placement and transit choices. This study emphasizes the significance of estimating total household greenhouse gases emissions using the submodel for building energy usage in addition to the aforementioned example. Yeah, same. Okay, next. This is the combined study. Yeah. Policies that could be implemented as a part of new approach combining energy efficiency and building energy in urban models. Building regulations and standards, the International Energy Conservation Code, IECC and ECBC also, and Energy Conservation Building Code, or the Leadership Energy Environmental Design, LEED, or just a few examples of the energy efficiency standard and regulations the government may impose on new construction. Building codes may also stipulate the inclusion of measures that lower energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, such as insulation effective HVAC systems and passive solar architecture. Government can provide incentives and rebates to promote the use of energy efficient building techniques and equipment. For installing solar panels and buying energy efficient appliances, for instance, household and business may be eligible for subsidies. Infrastructure for public transportation to promote the use of alternate models and transportation like buses and trains and bike sharing schemes, and governments might invest the infrastructure for public transportation. By doing this, energy use and greenhouse gas emissions for private vehicles can be decreased. Yeah, these are the policy mates. And discussion and conclusion. The study and finding are considered with benefit belief, like notion that in order to promote sustainable urban models, or like incorporate both energy costs and transportation costs associated with a particular building and location. In argues, the systematic activities must be done that take into account and the potential benefits and drawbacks and higher urban density, improved building energy efficiency in order to minimize the amount of energy used by building, improve the local environment and stop climate change. The report claims that these activities could increase local and global in sustainability in cities, which would be advantageous for billion people who lives in urban areas. This emphasizes how crucial it is to include the transportation energy cost in urban models in order to ensure the sustainability. Yeah, we have evolved two things. One is theoretical implementation and practical implementation. Theoretical implementation. By incorporating the energy efficiency, the energy usage and building into urban models, research may be able to better understand to increase between urban design and building energy efficiency, as well as factors that affect investment in energy efficiency at home. They include adverse externalities of greenhouses emissions and favorable externalities of developing green technology, and the adoption externalities by brought onto the dynamical expanding. And the framework may be enhanced to the microeconomic theory by providing more full understanding of the functioning and pricing mechanism and incentives in promoting energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in urban environment. Practical implications. The strategy suggested in this study has significant practical ramifications for the decision makers and urban planners. By combining the energy efficiency and building energy usage into urban models, decision makes can evaluate the improve urban policies and plans, slow down climate change and building more sustainable cities. The paper shows how this framework may be applied to examine several scenarios based on various assumptions about energy prices, government aid, interest rates, the rental market, and metropolitan areas such as metropolitan cities. The study conclusion could be useful for the decision makers when it comes to building construction, renovation, and energy use, all the which have big impact on greenhouse gas emissions reduction, local environmental improvement, environment improvement, and municipality sustainabilities. Yeah. So we have gone through these references, journals, and open access and Scoopers and Google Scholars. These references we have taken and combined all these things. It is a good topic for the energy efficiency in urban models. So we are combining this topic and we have done a framework and we are still working and presenting. Thank you for given opportunity for this. First time I'm presenting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So We saw your presentation and you have listed a number of review of literature.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think you should also convey what relevance those papers are to your topic. There are many papers on the internet,
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
but what is the relevance of that paper
Okay.
that can be conveyed if at the end of that literature review that you presented, you are able to raise some question or show that there is a gap.
Correct.
And that gap is something you are trying to address. But right now, from your presentation, you are not able to convey. Maybe you have already done it. But as of now, it looks like a list of papers that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have read.
Correct.
But finally, what we should know.
Yeah.
Then you are trying to connect building energy use and real estate market values.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Shall I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because in real estate market, people are day by day the constructions are more happening into that this thing, and they are not aware for that energy efficiency and conserve the material usages. Okay, few of the things. And urban areas already they have introduced so many programs like educational and practicing architects and all these things like ECBC they are conducting and awareness they're implementing to the all people. Kind of things like we can insist to the even developers and builders also, but few of the builders they're concentrating. So that is the thing real estate market. So it will convey for that.
I think the connection that you are saying, because in one sentence alone it came that you are trying to study the building energy use and its connection to real estate market. So the other slide should also reflect that something towards some study.
Yeah, will connect, man, definitely.
And you went on saying study and finding studies and conclusions, but we did not see any study. We did not see any building or any calculation or anything like that. And you said models several times, but we have not seen. So there is probably you have done it, but there is a gap in conveying.
Yeah, we are working. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are incorporate all these points.
It has a very wide array of submodels into a framework. In fact, we feel that it may be part of a larger study. Maybe it would be much more comprehensive, or at least some part of the implementation. Because when we're talking about models, definitely an optimization or an evidence of applying that idea into some outcome. I think that would greatly enhance the value of the public.
Sure,
Thank
sir,
you.
sure. We are in. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Ms. Pavitra, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Pavitra Raj from Department of Architecture, National Institute of Technology, Trichy. So our research topic is evaluation of impact of shading from surrounding buildings on the building energy demand for two cities of warm, humid climate. So, introduction. Building energy consumption is one of the primary considerations in modern world because there is a shift in population and economy. Energy use in buildings has a and their impact on environment has major issues faced by building professionals. While we are estimating building energy demand, the impact of shading from the adjacent buildings and the surrounding context should be considered. If they are ignored, it will cause inaccuracies in the prediction of building loads. Reducing the energy consumption of buildings is an effective way to build low carbon city, making it essential for planners and designers to consider the buildings as a part of urban environment rather than standalone entities, which is related to the rational prediction of regional space cooling and heating loads and the design of distributed energy resource systems. When we take climate zones into consideration, we have to assess the effects of development control rules on different cities with same climate zone, as there will be certain variation in climate and other characteristics. The aim of the paper is to evaluate the effect of shading from surrounding buildings compliant with TNCDBR, which is the Tamil Nadu Combined Development Rules, on the building energy demand for two cities of the same climate zone, which is warm and humid. The objectives are to analyze the contrast in building energy demand for standalone buildings and building with shading from surrounding buildings, and to check the impact of DCR on locations of same climate zone. This is the summary of literature we have studied. During estimation of building loads, effect of shade on energy requirements of buildings located in urban environment is not considered. It is essential to consider the inter-building impact while assessing a building's energy load. In one of the papers, they reported that building industry contributes to global final energy consumption of around 31%, and it is indicated that inaccurate energy demand estimates results from disregarding the effect of shade. It's been determined that urban heat island significantly affects the building energy consumption. Wong, in a study, examined the effects of urban morphology and concluded that the urban morphology significantly influences the micro level changes. According to Taha, the effects of albedo on building can be modified and it can affect the space cooling and heating. Development control rules confer joint building alignments for all regions, irrespective of climatic conditions. So, the need for research. Setback and frontage rules put forward by TNCDBR considers only adjacent road width that are common to the state and are not specific to locations. Two cities at different locations, however, they are falling in the same climate zone, will have certain variations. Therefore, there is a need for designers to understand the climate considerations while designing a climate responsive building. Building energy estimation has inaccuracies while the analysts consider the buildings standalone with no context. It is necessary to assess the inter-building effect while calculating the energy load of a building, without which the results would be invalid. So here comes, like, this is our methodology. So first we studied the literature, identification of research gap. Then we identified two case study locations, and we selected few selection of building morphology based on DCR. Based on DCR, we selected few building blocks and selection of parameters for simulation from the standards. Then setting up of building models, we did that in Rhino, and energy simulation is done in Grasshopper using Ladybug and Honeybee. We had two cases, that is standalone building and buildings with context, and then comparison of variation between cities and the results. So, the study, site identification. Two cities were identified under the same climate zone. They are Chennai and Coimbatore, which falls under warm humid climate. Though both the cities falls under warm humid, there are a certain variation in their climate characteristics. Chennai's latitude is 13.067 degree north, and Coimbatore's latitude is 11.004 degree north. So, on the when we are considering the development control regulations, the setbacks of for buildings of different heights has been tabulated in the table. We have considered a low rise, mid rise, and high rise buildings. So these are the modules which we have developed for the study. Case 1, Case 2 and Case 3 are standalone buildings with no context. Case 1 has a building height of 6 meter, Case 2 with 15 meter and Case 3 with 24 meters. And we altered the building context with context buildings of the same height. So case 1 will be the building height and A is the context. The numerical is the building height and the alphabet is the context height. So for low rise buildings, the setback will be 1 meter. For mid rise, it will be 2.5 meters. And for high rise, it will be 7 meters. Simulations. So we did radiation analysis using ladybug and grasshopper, and energy simulation is done in honeybee and grasshopper. And we did a sky view analysis using sky view analysis plugin on SketchUp. So we have considered a benchmark EPI given by Bureau of Energy Efficiency for office building with more than 50% of air conditioning use in a warm humid climate zone, which is 182 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. So these are the parameters which we have considered based on the ECBC regulations. So these are the sky view analysis results. So when we are considering standalone buildings, which is the base case 1, base case 2, and base case 3, we have a great sky view factor, and it reduces when we add context to it. So the sky view factor also differs in the longer side and the shorter side of the building. This graph shows the annual radiation results and EPI for each case in Chennai and Coimbatore. So the left axis is gives us the EPI values, and the right axis gives us the radiation fall per square meter. So in the bottom, there is a percentage difference between two cities. When we observe this graph, the red line shows us the benchmark EPA, which is 182 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. So all the cases in Coimbatore falls under the benchmark EPA, whereas in Chennai only 2 cases, which is 1B and 2B, falls under the benchmark EPA. The others goes beyond that. It is observed that there is a huge variation in EPI and radiation while we consider the context of a building. As the radiation increases, the exposure of building envelope to the sun also increases. On an average, there is a 30% reduction from Chennai to Coimbatore on EPI. While considering the cases with context, case 3A, case 3A has the maximum EPI. Case 3 when we observe across, the EPI of all cases in Coimbatore falls under the benchmark EPI. Case 1A in Coimbatore has the maximum variation of 33% of reduction when compared to Chennai. Case 2A has the lowest radiation fall among all the cases, but it has the second highest EPI. On average, cases 2A, 2B, and 2C have 11% EPI than case 2. Case 3A has the peak EPI compared to all cases, and it is 4% less than the standalone case. On average, 3A, 3B, and 3C have 8.5 less EPI than case 3. These graphs shows the monthly variation in EPI of the base case. So when we observe the trend in monthly EPI, May has the peak demand in Chennai, and April month has the peak demand in Coimbatore. The lowest demand in both Chennai and Coimbatore is in the month of January. It is observed that variation in peak demand and lowest demand is about 40%. March month in Chennai has 18% more energy demand than Coimbatore. April and May months in Chennai have 30% more demand than other months. April month has 28% more demand in Coimbatore compared to all months. The monthly demand trend does not change among the cases. However, there is a considerable variation when comparing with the cities. So these are the monthly EPI tabulated for all the cases. Here we can observe that May month has the peak demand in Chennai for all the cases, and April has the peak demand in Coimbatore for all the cases. Considering case 1, 1B with building height of 6 meter and context height of 15 meter, setback of 1 meter is the best case for both Chennai and Coimbatore. While having mid-rise building adjacent to low-rise, then less setback can be considered to achieve efficient DPI. Considering case 2, 2B with a building height of 15 meter, context height of 15 meter and setback of 2.5 meter is the best case for both Chennai and Coimbatore. It is the best case in Chennai across all the cases since it fall under the base case EPI. Considering case 3, 3B and 3C have similar EPI values while compared to cities. Case 3A is the worst case as we already see. Hence, high-rise buildings which are adjacent to mid-rise and high-rise building can consider setback higher setback. If high-rise building is adjacent to low-rise building, then lesser setback distance can be considered to achieve efficient TPA. On summary, this paper aimed to examine the effect of shading from surrounding building on energy load of the case study building by simulation. Also, to evaluate the effect of setbacks proposed by development control rules on different locations in warm, humid climate zone. The findings demonstrated that standalone building space cooling and heating energy has an enormous difference compared to the buildings simulated with context. It infers that it is vital to consider the context of the building while estimating the energy demand of a building. It is worth notifying that conspicuous discrepancy in EPI was observed in all instances of identical urban scenario between two cities. This observation implies that the regulatory framework governing building setbacks and other associate parameters, as delineated in the development control rules, was devised without adequate contemplation of the impact of prevailing climatic conditions. Thus, it is imperative for designers to acknowledge the importance of incorporating climate considerations alongside DCR in their pursuit to create sustainable and environmentally responsive building designs. By doing so, designers can better comprehend and navigate the intricate interplay between the local climate and the regulatory bodywork. These are few of my references. Thank you.
Madam Pavitra, first, congratulations for keeping up the time. It's important that you know how to deliver within the time that is given. Your aim and objectives are very clear. No doubt about it.
Okay.
You need not bring UHI in your review of literature. It was not necessary.
Okay.
And see, if you look at the global climate or if you look at Indian standards, then it will put most of the cities into a warm, humid climate.
Yes.
But as someone, if you are doing serious research, then you would know that Chennai and Coimbatore are definitely nowhere near same climate type. Chennai is a coastal, hot and humid climate, and Coimbatore can go to moderate climate. The amount of, the winters in Coimbatore are no match. Chennai can never
Yes.
get. So,
yes.
So what happens is when you are not considering this, your hypothesis itself can go wrong. Which is something like Chennai and Coimbatore are same climate type. I mean, for what you have done, it is not really necessary that you do it. This study can be done for a single climate. You can do it either for Chennai or Coimbatore, or you can show how for two diverse climates, say a hot humid and a warm humid climate, hot humid and a hot dry climate, what is the impact of shading on energy performance of a building? Because and also the cases that you take should be such that you should be able to validate it. Without validation, then because What happens is the risk with simulation software is you give an input, it will give an output. So what? Is it anywhere closer to reality? Is it true? Under what conditions it's true? I think those are the important things that will help or bridge academia to practice. So overall, I think this paper has a fairly good idea of what research is. Okay, and this seems to be one of the initial stages of experimenting or playing with the idea or the topic. And definitely it has scope, it has very good scope actually, if you take this topic seriously and refine it. So well done overall.
Ma'am, can I add a point?
Yes.
The climate we have considered for this research is based on the ECBC climate classifications. So both Chennai and Coimbatore comes under warm humid based on ECBC's classification. So bring out the difference in the climate variation only. That is the main intent of the research, and to assess the development control rules also. That is the main intent of the research.
ECBC says so. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am. That is, we don't agree to the ECBC's classification. That is what we wanted to bring up in this research, ma'am.
Okay, that is not pretty clear. So what climate type are you bringing both into?
Chennai comes into hot and humid, where Coimbatore comes into a somewhat temperate climate, ma'am.
You are saying this, or how?
Yeah.
Okay, all that on what basis is not yet clear. From what you presented, it is not clear. Probably that is part of your research, but it is not clear. And okay, fine. That's all.
Next one, because we are running short. Ma'am, just in continuation quickly, actually they may be technically, and that is NBC classification, as ma'am said, no, warm, humid, both coming, but Coimbatore is much more higher altitude, ma'am. It's a hilly area. So as ma'am was saying, you need to actually, just sometimes the classifications, they are kept under the same, and originally it's not ECBC classification, it's NBC classification only, right? So it has been derived. ECBC has taken it from NBC only, whatever. But that's not the thing. Coimbatore, as you are maybe well aware, it's a higher altitude. So everything changes, right? The parameters. One of the components of microclimate and climate even is altitude, right, ma'am? It's not only latitude, it's altitude. So that way it can be, so they're not exactly comparable. That's what ma'am said, and that's true. So but the research overall is good, and if you take into consideration of the chair, I think it would be even better. The paper has a lot of value, right? And thank you for presenting here.
Thank you, sir.
Uma sir, you want to add something? We are short.
That may make the difference. What I'm trying to say, because of the altitude, the air velocity, which you have taken infiltration coefficient as 0.3, that might have a variation, and then that might give a different output, I believe. And also building typology. If it's a office building, then maybe maybe it's more opaque than if it is a residential, where more open windows or some kind of thing. It might have a different, I think. But overall, wonderful. I mean, thank you for the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nikita?
Yes, I am presenting.
Please keep it to 10 minutes.
Sure, sir. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, I would like to thank everyone here for the organizers, SPA Vijayawada and National Institute of Disaster Management, for providing us this platform to present my research work, co-authored by Bellatrix Walrus. The topic of my research is assessing the energy consumption of an office building based on human behavior. So, as we know, buildings are responsible for more than one third of world's energy consumption, and 20% of the total consumption is worldwide because of the building sector. Moving on to energy consumption of building, it can be defined as utilization of resources such as electricity, natural gas, hot water, and they are actually affected by thermophysical properties of building elements. In that particular factor, occupants are also involved, and they are one of the biggest sources of uncertainty in simulation systems to understand the building energy use in an office building. So here is a study carried on by Z. Johante in 2021 identified that occupants actively interact with building components, and it's been ignored in many studies that occupant can be a major factor creating a difference in the energy consumption that is predicted and which is actually user based. Energy efficiency in building and built environment is necessary to understand because getting occupant actively involved during the design operation of building is key to achieve high energy performance building without actually compromising with the occupant satisfaction and their productivity. So, as the study has been carried out, it is related to office building since they are a symbol of post-industrial era and today's global knowledge economy. The principal energy type used here is electricity. Prolonged occupancy hours and IT sector and excessive use of AC has been considered. Increasing heat gain, cooling, lighting demand are certain factors that have been influencing part of the energy consumption. Right now, we have just studied operational energy consumption in the office building and more specifically the energy relevant interaction of occupants with the building. Moreover, physical properties of building services, systems, operation, and building occupant and behavior, which has been emphasized, and other miscellaneous factor has also been taken care of. But here we are focusing on one of the factor that is occupant behavior, which not been considered in any of the study when it comes to the energy part. The interaction with the occupant and the occupants with the building indoor environment for health and comfort is very different. It's a complex environment. So influential factor in this are physical environment, contextual factor, psychological, physical factor, and economical factor. To understand this, the study was carried out in which numerical, categorical, and ordinal behaviors were collected and the data was created. So, to understand this, literature studies were carried out. Few of the literature studies mentioned has identified that occupants actively interact with the building, such as internal shading devices, windows, lights, thermostats, HVAC systems, and plug-in equipment. Also, in the studies done by Martinez in 2015, it was found that energy predictions were reported to have 30% discrepancies when they were carried out, including and excluding the occupants. Study done by one of the author Yang Deng, it was found that energy consumption of office equipment was calculated, and it was found that error rate between the predicted energy consumption and actual energy consumption based on user behavior was of 5%. Study carried on by Martinez, it was found 5 different studies to highlight that building did not perform as predicted. So it concluded that human behavior and occupant preferences as an important contributor in the building energy performance. Also, in recent years, it has been established that to integrate the influence of building occupant behavior into building simulation program is important as the realistic building user behavior patterns are more complicated and need to be identified to get accurate numbers. Behavior as also certain studies have showed that occupant behavior is most overlooked parameter and they might not consider it as a part of energy design since it has been considered before construction, operation, and maintenance. But a post occupancy study can actually look into this. Sociologists and physiologists have affirmed that factors that influence occupant behavior is the perception of control. Since perceived control as an aspect that has a very important impact on satisfaction, mostly in the working environment. Based on this, the aim, objectives, and need for the study was being drawn out, and it was understood that to investigate the influence on energy consumption caused by occupant behavior is necessary. Since identification of occupant behavior and activity is necessary to understand energy consumption of a space. The objectives that we have covered in the study is to understand occupants' interaction, to assess the behavior, to understand how they may modify their behavior for higher work efficiency, and to evaluate the energy gap caused. Further, the methodology that was actually carried out for this study was first understanding the literature study. what has been already done, identifying the gap that has been there in the research study, identifying the study area, that was location and climate, building type, data collection, how it should be. So the approach carried out was through a survey and simulation mode. So the collecting the data of variables which influence the energy consumption in an office building. Data analysis was done and it was carried out after collecting the data. Building simulations was carried out using 3D modeling by Rhino and using Grasshopper Open Studio as energy engine via Honeybee and Ironbug. After that, inferences were drawn, comparative analysis were carried out, results were formulated, and conclusions were drawn. So the case study that has been taken to analyze the real-time impact of occupants was National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli Training and Placement Department. So the study has been carried on Department of Training and Placement Cell, which has an office, a small-scale office actually. So the location is in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, where the climate type is warm and humid. As we know, the building type is modern architecture, constructed of brick and RCC construction. Moreover, a small-scale office which has been taken into consideration for this study, it is located in the ground floor office area. The area is 14.40 by 7.50 square meter. It is double-heighted space with brick wall of 300 mm, 150 mm thick, and year of construction 2016. Number of occupants 30, and the data was collected through these 30 occupants. It was found that working day of 8 hours was considered, since the institute observed the holidays on Saturday, Sunday, and the national days. The data collected on site was equipment related, windows and blinds related,
Nikita,
HVAC
please
related.
conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, sure, sir. So this is the detailed office layout, and this was the actually survey data that was collected. It was related to personal information and occupancy, window operation, lighting operation, equipment operation, and through these data which we have collected, the schedules were drawn for lighting and equipment for window operation. Further on, even HVAC data was collected from the occupants and the schedules were drawn. Energy consumption data was collected on site, and the data for base case and existing case was taken. Base case is referred from ECBC 2017, whereas existing case was taken from the survey. In the energy consumption simulation based model, we found out that the data is varying by 6%, and HVAC followed by lighting system and equipment is the most energy consuming system in the building. As you can see, the building model, this was used for analyzing the energy consumption. Also, the 78% of the total energy consumption was through the equipment, and 12% to 10% was through equipment and lighting systems. Whereas after drawing the results, we found that real-time energy consumption is different from predicted energy consumption. Primary driver for the consumption of energy were occupant requirements. Further on, to enhance the estimate of building energy use by taking occupant energy behavior into account is necessary, since it will help energy researcher, designers, and modelers to understand the intricity of this. The development of an effective, efficient behavior improvement program will help to guide how an occupant should behave in an environment and how this can actually impact on the energy efficiency. This will therefore help in reducing the energy performance gap between predicted and real-time utilization of energy. These are few of the references of the papers that have been utilized for this study. This is the questionnaire that was floated to get the data from the occupants and to understand their behavior. Thank you.
Madam, I have a few observations. You need to clarify what do you mean by behavior, okay? Whether, because your review of literature did not indicate what is meant by behavior, and even whether it has correlation. It definitely has. We know that the review of literature quantitatively and contextually did not bring that out. Do you mean by behavior keeping the doors open, causing infiltration losses, or crowding in a particular place, because of which human accumulation in a place increases the temperature or the humidity, or not dressing up to a particular context? You have to be very specific about that in the beginning itself. Then only we will be able to understand what you are talking. And your objectives must not be to understand. Okay, that is a separate thing. It should be to assess.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, right. Thank you.
So, ma'am, can I add a point here?
Yes.
So, ma'am, in this particular behavior type, we are particularly talking about how actually occupant interact with the environment, specifically how they operate window, how they operate build blinds and curtains, lighting, HVAC system, and equipments of the office. This is the particular behavior we are talking about
How
in
did
this
you arrive
particular
at
study.
these behaviors?
Ma'am, actually, these are the parameters that we consider in the simulation, but we do not consider the parameters which are actually inferred by the occupant. That is, we take the schedules which has been identified by IGBC or ECBC, but we do not take the real-time schedule, how the people are actually coming to the office, at what time they leave the office, how they are operating the equipments in the office, because that is the main environment that they are working in.
How did you
This,
arrive at this? How are you telling this? That is research. You understand? So
that's what
that
I'm
is
saying. Yes, ma'am.
no. How did you arrive at it? That people are not coming on time. People are not keeping the doors closed.
No, ma'am. I'm not. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, for understanding that, only I floated this questionnaire, and people filled that, and based on the data, and the observational data that I have collected before getting the survey data, that has helped us to actually create the schedules, which was the real time schedules
Madam,
for the
1 minute.
particular
You are
building.
not able to get my point. I'm trying to
Okay, ma'am.
say you have already decided these are the things you have to these are the issues and you have to collect data pertaining to these issues. You feel that people are not coming on time, you feel people are not keeping the doors closed and windows closed. All that must come from review of literature. Otherwise, there's every chance you have missed on certain behavioral parameters. To ensure that you have not missed out, the review of literature is important. Studies pertaining to so and so in a particular place in such and such office showed that 30% of people fail to close the windows or the doors properly. So
Okay,
that
ma'am.
is one criteria in so and so studies. So that will ensure one A, that you do not miss out on many parameters that are already studied or yet to be studied.
Okay,
And that will also help you define your scope and limitations. There are certain
understand,
parameters in
ma'am.
the review of literature, it may be there, but you're not considering. You can call it as your limitation, as a limitation of your study. By
Okay.
doing what you are doing, that you observe or you think that you are not doing a systematic research. Do not think I'm criticizing your work. It's a very well structured research work, no doubt about it. That is why we are even able to discuss at this level. We are able to discuss these small gaps in your research because it's very well done. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights.
Nitika ji, very quickly,
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
then
sir.
the first behavior is about occupant behavior. You might have
Yes,
taken
ma'am.
the season of the year, like for example, occupants' behavior in different
Yes, sir.
3 or 4 seasons of the
Definitely.
year, and then its impact on the energy demand. You know? So
Yes, sir. Yes,
that
sir.
might also enhance the value. And, yeah,
Yes, sir. It's been considered.
time of the day, like in the morning it's
Right, sir.
different, afternoon likewise. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Prasanna?
How was it?
Hi, good afternoon. I'll just share my screen. By the way, let me know, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
It seems there is some issue from my side. It's not allowing me to present. I don't know what's wrong with this.
Okay, meanwhile, maybe if Mr. Arabindo is there, we can go ahead with that.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, sir, please go ahead. I think there's some issue with the other person.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can start sharing.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. This is a part of my research. doing at Jadavpur University along with two professors, Professor Sujandra Bardhan and Professor Shobhanik Roy. I'm basically interested in doing embodied resources in buildings, optimizing that. And while doing that, I found that some of the interventions are necessary at the city level in order to achieve energy efficiency at the building level. So this is what I wanted to explain here in this presentation. So topic goes something like this: reduction in embodied energy in residential building through city level planning measures. Now, the outline of the presentation would be introduction, where I will explain the need of this study, then the previous studies on resource efficiency versus building parameters, and then case study on building design alternatives. I have made a case study in Kolkata, and then
In
found out that
presentation, sir, because you have only 10 minutes. So as you go through, we will be able to read it. Kindly do not describe it. Your slide is not moving, I think, in case you think so.
I actually I have considered very few slides. That's why. Instead of having so many slides, I've
That's
reduced
better,
number of slides.
sir. That's better if you have few slides. But sir, please, I request you to make it full screen and then move on to the main presentation, sir. That would be fine, sir. No issues. Yeah, please make it full screen.
Okay, I think let me quickly go ahead with this. So, sustainable development, one of the sustainable development goals is that
Possible, make it full screen, please. F5 or F5.
F5. Oh, achha, okay. I think I will do it again.
Oh, no issues, sir. You continue, sir. Sir, no issues. It's readable only. You continue.
I think I'll do it again. Let me see.
Sir, it's okay. You can continue in that mode also. No issues.
Please sharing. I think you have to share the screen, sir, again.
I think I'll do it. It has gone just like this. I think this is okay, no?
It's fine, sir.
Fine, sir. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Now we're talking about that responsible consumption and production is one of the 17 sustainable development goals, which is about doing more and better with less. So as we know, building construction is a major economic activity in India and elsewhere, and consumes directly and nearly indirectly both together around 60% of primary energy, and thus responsible for significant carbon emission. Moreover, India being the most populous country in the world, and also for its 70% of houses are yet to be built, sustainability and resource efficiency in buildings are the need of the hour to achieve energy efficiency in cities perspective. Now, energy uses in buildings are mainly of two types: embodied energy and operational energy. Here, you know that emphasis normally goes to the operational energy. It is found that the share of embodied energy to life cycle energy in residential buildings vary across countries and climatic zones. Whereas in India, where most of the buildings are partly air conditioned, their share of EE for 30 years of building's life is found to be around 50%. So in most of the studies we found in life cycle analysis, we found that embodied energy is around 15%. But then when you talk about case of India, and where most of the buildings are partly air conditioned or non-air conditioned, their share of embodied energy is much higher, and it goes even up to 50%, sometimes even more than that. So therefore, the focus also has to be done in the towards the embodied energy, along with the research towards operational energy. That's what my focus would be here. Now, saving in embodied energy in buildings can be done firstly through efficient building design by optimizing quantity of materials required for the construction. And secondly, through the use of less energy intensive building materials and technology. Many studies around the world have attempted the second method. That is, they have used or maybe use alternative materials which are less energy intensive. Now, whereas the studies on the first method, that is saving in resources through efficient building design, is comparatively less. So this study is towards this. Now, although most of the measures of making building design more optimum in terms of use of embodied energy can be taken at building level, as you all know. But some planning measures of city level are also necessary to take the initiatives forward in this regard. The present study, therefore, explores few city level planning measures or physical city plans should adopt so as to encourage, help designers achieve optimum shape and form of the building in order to make them more energy efficient. Now, these are background research where I will not go in details about that. Starting from 1931, George B. Ford, he talked about cost increases with the height of the building. And then Decatching talks about building parameters to understand related capacity of a form to bring light and air to the building. In one of my earlier study in 1995, I found that embodied energy per unit floor area decreases with the increase in floor area and increase in building heights. If I so and then and the study in 1999. So there are many studies which talks about the relationship between the building various parameters like building height, type of building, building shape, different indices like length to breadth ratio, or other enclosure to floor area ratio. There are other indices like this. So from there we come down to this is actually just to elaborate my study in 1995. We studied three types of buildings: single story load bearing, double story load bearing, and four story load bearing. What we are finding here is that if we go for four story load bearing, the per unit area energy goes down. This is the line. So based on these studies,
Sir, we are not able to see your slides. Can you go to that slide, please?
Your slides are not moving, sir. Kindly move to that slide quickly.
Not moving.
Yeah.
No, sir. You can just.
Just click on the other left-hand side, sir. On the yes. Now we can see. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is a slide actually I have picked up from my own study, which was published in 1995 in Energy and Building, where three types of buildings are compared. One first and second story load bearing wall structures and fourth story RCC frame structures. It is found that when the area increases, per unit area and energy decreases in terms of RCC building structure. So from these studies and study done by others, we come down to city level interventions required. Now, I've done one case study in Kolkata where the shape of the plot is like this, not regular. So we found out various types of alternatives. Like one is a compact design like this, and which may not be actually going along with the plot's shapes. And then other types of alternative which probably we can draw based on different criteria. And then we found that in terms of efficiency of embodied energy and embodied sources, this draft plan was much better in terms of uses of resources, embodied resources. So this has been explained in this kind of sheet where many parameters, where value of many parameters are calculated, and it is mentioned here, and it is found that plan D is the best in terms of embodied energy efficiency. Now, if we take this to the further level, then in the city level, what we need to do is that we need to design the layout or make building layouts or city layouts in such a way that plots, if are having rectangular in shape, the width to depth ratio should not be more than 1.2. This is the best optimum building shape, you can say. Of course, here we are talking about the building shape, not the plot shape. From the plot shape, we have to deduct the mandatory open space required as per building bylaws, and then come down to the building shape. So this is one, when you when you make the layout plan, we should have plots of this kind. And moreover, we as well know from the previous studies, if there are large sizes of plots, then buildings tend to go up. And the moment we go up, the energy requirement, the other resources requirement go up. So there has to be a balance between different sizes of plots, different heights of buildings allowed. This is another conclusion. And then one more case is what happens is that in most of the cases where planners do not have any control over layout plan, because it is grown naturally, the peri-urban areas slowly and slowly get developed, and then sometimes afterwards it gets included in the city area. So in those cases, I'm explaining we may do some kind of intervention like that, if we can intervene in the stages of construction. For example, in normal course of action, what happens, people think of making, say, 3-story building. So initially they make foundation for 3-story building of the whole plot, and then they construct only one floor. Then after maybe 10-15 years, they can go for the first floor, and then like that. So there is a vertical expansion. It happens. So in that case, what happens is that the most of the money and the material are used in the foundation of the 3-story building. Instead of that, if we use smaller area for the time being, and in one go make the whole construction of 3 floors together, so the embodied energy per unit area of the building will be much less. And on the other hand, there will be benefits of other more open spaces left vacant for 10-15 more years, which will encourage more other environmental benefits like water recharging. Then maybe heat and effect will be reduced because of green coverage, and like that. So if we have interventions of those areas where planners do not have much to say, if we give incentive to those house owners in terms of reduction in the fees, or maybe some other incentives, then we can alter this, and then we can have benefits in terms of embodied energy, embodied resources, and even the cost also. I think this is what. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very clearly done work. Only comment or only observation is embodied energy is directly related to the building materials that is used, apart from other factors like construction techniques. It would be good if you can include these factors when you submit the paper, if the organizers call for your paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we will let you know at a later stage for call.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, Mr. Prasanna, you're ready now? Okay, it's not there. Okay, sir.
But the call for that person once.
Mr. Prasanna? No, he's not there. Okay. Oh, yeah. He's not there, ma'am. I think we can go to the next one. Yeah, Janmajal.
Okay, please present, Dr. Faz. Yeah, 4 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, good morning all, good afternoon all. Just a very basic review presentation of a theme which is very central to the conference theme, towards the future of energy efficiency at an urban scale, a review. So my co-author is Shilpa Rana, PG student, MEPM. I requested her to present, but she's not well, and so I'm presenting. Okay, next. So basically, this is what the thing is about. It's an overview and the need for energy conservation at an urban scale, and the various approaches that we can take up, and the appropriate roadmap for city level energy conservation. Okay, next. So of course, we all know these data, and that is the reason why now we need to think beyond building energy conservation and look at city level energy conservation. Okay. So next slide, please. So as in the morning session also, it was being told that our future is in the cities, and that cities are huge energy guzzlers, and even International Energy Agency says the same, and same is for the Indian scenario, where energy is increasing as per the Indian energy use in urban areas is further increasing, and as per the India Energy Outlook 2021. Next. Sector-wise, if you look at it, it's basically industry, of course, still first, but then it's transport and buildings, and both form within the ambit of this conference and these discussions. So we need to optimize on that count. Next. So of course, energy efficient design, we are well aware of. It begins from the buildings, but how to translate it from the building to the neighborhood level is what this brief presentation, review presentation is about. Next. So we have three scales: micro, neighborhood, and then macro, city scale. Next. Buildings, of course, a huge amount of energy being consumed, embodied, transportational, operational, etc. Well documented, no need to discuss here. Next. This is how the typical heat gain breakups in a building. Next. So energy efficient building, the basics behind it. Next. Now we are making that transition. So from the building, wherein we try to protect from solar radiation, minimize heat infiltration, reduce anthropogenic heat, maintain comfortable thermal environments. So from there, we go on to the neighborhood level, which is about trying to optimize the landscaping, reducing the UHI, having green roof interventions, having energy efficient community spaces, trying to translate solar into district level grids and heat exchangers and etc. Radiant cooling systems also form an important part of it. Next. So at a building scale, I won't waste time here talking about. There are variety of approaches, but why I am showing this slide is because these same principles are actually going to be applied in a different way at a neighborhood scale. Beyond that, we can't progress without adopting that approach. Next. So, and then there's a third aspect of indoor environment quality also, which always needs to be kept in mind. So it's not only energy efficiency, it's also about the environment quality, and they go hand in hand, both for buildings as well as urban scale, at neighborhood scale. Next. So this is what we look at from a building to a building neighborhood point of view. As a previous paper, I think the second paper of the day was also talking about, because our zoning and the way we place our buildings, because buildings never exist in isolation. So the way we place it defines our access to light. That's what DCRs are for, development control regulations are for. And then also the placements and the street dimensions. So this is what gets reflected on in the form of building codes, and even generalized more broader guidelines like the URDPFI guidelines. Next. Now, here an interesting point when we make the transition from building to neighborhood level or city level is a national cooling action plan, and that provides a 20-year outlook of how cooling demand in India evolves and grows. And so it outlines strategies that promote sustainable and smart cooling practices. Why I brought it here is that the moment we start to grid-based planning, this becomes very, very important because we have to go in conformity with the provisions of the smart and sustainable cooling practices as laid down in National Cooling Action Plan. Next. So what they basically say is directly in line with reducing refrigerant demand, reducing cooling energy requirements, and they obviously, so these are directly related to cooling, which in a tropical country like India is hugely important, whether we do cooling at a district cooling level or we do cooling by HVAC at a building level. Next. So our sustainable built environments imply that we need to do climate modification in times of intensifying urbanization and trying to conserve energy at all levels, going on to a finally regional level even, if possible, at a future. Next. So energy costs can be reduced by, I won't go into that, better operational practices and periodic energy audits for a building. That's what holds true. And the same needs to be taken into consideration when we go into a neighborhood, wherein the microclimate is actually defined from the physical structure of the urban form and the presence of vegetation and the orientation of streets, all those which are again part of the broader zoning and bylaws part. Holistic sustainability, it's a review of what is being meant by morphology and holistic sustainability. Next. Neighborhood scale is what is, of course, it includes a lot of things like the solar access, wind speed, the way the buildings are oriented, etc. And all those would depend on, would have an impact on your final heating and cooling loads at a zonal level. Next. This is the wrong presentation. Next. Next. So this is how at a neighborhood level also we can actually reduce the cooling demands and provide more clearer. Next. This one, copy this one. Next. So now in this, of course, the role of renewable energy comes a lot, because the moment we transition from a city to a neighborhood scale, renewable energy becomes much more important. And again, a lot of, even in the morning session, it was highlighted that our renewable energy is being stressed upon. So that needs to be actually brought into the picture. Next. So it's not a new concept actually. It's happened since a lot of historically also we have had energy efficiency in city planning, and we need to actually fall back on some of those aspects. Like here it's shown for Jodhpur, the inner city of Jodhpur. Next. So the basic fundamental, of course, is to restore, reuse, and build, and of course to conserve. Next. Now we come to the crux of the presentation, and I'll wind it up also. The thing is, if we want to make a roadmap for transitioning energy conservation from building level to a city level, we have to, of course, follow the same principles as we use in building level. Like we have to have an assessment of the energy users at the city and building level. We have to have energy use zones delineated based on the amounts of energy used in the different zones. We need to get to an energy atlas and energy zoning. And then we have to integrate the energy issues into existing planning instruments. So it can be integrated into land use plan, zoning plan, and then we can have some low carbon solutions, set up energy grids at a neighborhood and then at an urban and then at a regional level. And we have to monitor and regulate. And then we have to finally integrate into the zoning regulations and positive documents, because if we don't integrate it into the zoning regulations and policy documents, it don't help. The thing is that it's very, very similar to what we need to do at a building level, basically. The same thing needs to be replicated at a neighborhood level. It's as simple as that. Next. So now how do we integrate it practically into our master planning process? We provide sufficient energy related GIS data So GIS operates in layers. So it's very easy to have an energy use layer as well, because we have layers for water supply, we have layers for everything, land use, separate layers, and GIS works in that way. All master plans are now being done in the GIS point of view. And so data like energy consumption at building level, block level, and then at a broader level can help us make an energy atlas and basic level zoning to be done. Next. So what is been done in a number of countries, even our chief guest was talking in the morning, that centralized grids are being formed, and then, they are generating surplus energy and in those grids also, and then they are being transferred to other sectors as well. Next. So district heating and cooling installations are a very common thing in a lot of places in Europe. And we will end this presentation by seeing some of the best practices. Next. So, but the only place till now where I observed it in partly is in Gift City, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, where they have installed a district cooling plant for their huge campus. This portion of the campus is 100 hectares, and they have 2 more proposals coming up of 100 hectares more. So they have started using the district cooling plant. Next. And they, for that, of course, supporting infrastructure has to be there, as they have done here, where they have utility tunnel system which supports the district cooling system, and they have an advanced level of building management system, intelligence systems, wherein they real-time do monitoring of building energy use, occupancy, etc. The thing is that whenever we have district cooling systems, based cooling systems, we need a supportive infrastructure, which is very, very important. Next. So this is what their waste management system even was. They had actually, and that's where again the integration between building and neighborhood level becomes very important. All their buildings had separate chutes or dark shafts which carried the waste directly to the basement, and from there it was all they have a zero liquid waste policy. So it was all sent to a composter, and it was composted off and reused. So that sort of integrated approach. Now, if we quickly look at global best practices, I of course won't dwell, 2 more minutes, 1.5 more minutes. Amsterdam, what it does is integrates energy issues into policy documents. Fine. Even better is what Berlin does, energy atlas with base information about all these energy users and everything. Paris, it directly integrates energy issues into the land use plan. Stockholm, it provides GIS-based energy data as support for planners. What I was saying, we should adopt that. It's very relevant for our conditions. Vienna has this energy zoning concept. Next. So if we look at in detail a little bit of Vienna, which is one of the best that we studied, is that it has an energy criterion defined on energy zoning, use, future development, and threshold for areas, wherein it incorporates planning and energy related data, and they have created integrated database. They have these tools which are used for energy performance assessment, assessing CO2 emissions. They have energy use roadmap for urban areas. We keep talking unfortunately here in India about roadmap, but they actually have a roadmap which they follow. And they have, again, something that has been oft discussed, urban energy contracts, bonds, where where all the stakeholders are brought into play. And so next. And so if we graphically try to simplify it, they have a separate land use, separate energy zoning plan where they delineate the zones. Then they have specific cooling or heating action plans for those. Then they do auditing, similarly that the way we do energy audits in buildings. And then they integrate the same in building permits. So if you don't comply with certain things, your building permits won't be given. And then they of course do the operational check part, monitoring operational stage, and they maintain the basics. So this is what I was talking when we integrate GIS based geographical information system based urban planning, which is the way urban planning is done nowadays. It involves multi-layer things. So where we link data, so we can very easily link our energy data as well into it. So that it's one of our thematic maps can be energy related maps itself. Like a land use is one thematic map, infrastructure is one thematic map, transportation is one thematic map. Next. So, but without legal framework, nothing would happen. So we need to further think upon going into a regulatory statutory framework as ECBC is doing at energy building level. And we need to ensure that decarbonization is done as a part of that, and our chlorofluorocarbon gas, HCFC gases, greenhouse gas emissions are reduced. And finally, most importantly, it is integrated into building and zoning regulations framework of land use development control plans. As long as energy is not integrated into LUDCP, it can be a major issue. Next. So finally, even this, our chief guest was talking, Tripta Thakur madam, carbon credits. This has been followed where you allow to them to burn a specific amount of greenhouse gas over a specific period, wherein companies with surplus, it's like transferable TDR to some extent, with surplus credits to trade them with others who need them. And so even Kyoto Protocol and all these Paris agreements, which were all referred to in the morning as well, discuss this. Next. So if we really try to summarize, it's about a detailed energy demand assessment, energy audit and energy flow, similarly to what we do in a building. Identify the energy systems that are interrelated network of energy sources, energy stores. Explore secondary energy, that's where renewable and all those things come. Then recognize energy sectors at city levels like residential, commercial, industrial, transport. Supply should focus on renewable, and then we have to finally set up energy grids. Without energy grid-based planning, it is going to be very difficult. Next. So there's a lot of simulation tools. Some of our co-presenters were showing nice work. So it's not that we don't have tools. With a lot of tools which are available, and these are the references. Thank you.
Very broad, very extensive. Multiple work can be done from the total presentation. Multiple work can be done from the total presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing which struck me very harsh was lack of citations. When you said review, there can be citations. There can be citations. Citations are not mentioned because you said it's a review.
Yes, ma'am.
Review
I
means
have mentioned the citations, ma'am. At the end, it's all
no,
there.
not end. Wherever
No,
you
or wherever also I've mentioned. See, OKB and all those things. Just 1 second, if you can move on. Just. In brackets, I've included the citation. No, no, ma'am, I've included. Just a minute, ma'am. Yeah, they're all there. Just Stark and then continue because a lot of things we have. Even these actually I've just made on my own. I mean, based on whatever knowledge I have. This is not exactly work. Yes, yes, ma'am. But just quickly, just one more minute only. All these are cited, ma'am. Bhamre and then this also next. Yeah, Irger 2014. Yeah, all these are basically I've cited all of them. Okay, so this. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Roof cooling system. That is radiative cooling. Yes, it will be this is a very broad brush overview of how to translate from the building level to a neighborhood level. But definitely radiative cooling and radiant cooling, they're all being employed at the building level. I haven't focused on the building level. What I have intended to do is show it at a neighborhood level. So, and how it can be translated and integrated into the land use planning and master plans. It needs to be integrated into master plans, otherwise we can't function. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sudeshna,
Yes, sir.
please stick to 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Put it on full slide. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today in this conference. So today I'll be presenting a small literature review based on the topic energy efficiency of buildings in smart cities in India. So the content of my today's presentation is starting with the abstract, keywords, introduction, aim, methodology, objective, literature review, and finally I'll be concluding it with a conclusion. The abstract mentions about the discussion of some of the literatures of the present researchers who have gone through the different points regarding the energy efficiency in the buildings of smart cities, where Mahesha et al. Has been studied upon the different key drivers. Rana et al. Have studied about the insufficient knowledge and expertise about the smart cities. Bashir et al. Has given a well-demarcated framework about how the 5 integral importance of elements can be incorporated in efficiency of buildings. They et al. Have mentioned about how we can shift from the non-renewable sources to renewable sources so that we can utilize the sustainability concept in the present use. The paper ultimately aims to give a roadmap about how we can incorporate the energy efficiency to smart cities in India. Now, going into the introduction, here the concept of energy efficiency at urban scale has been mentioned, leading to the smart buildings which are equipped with advanced technologies, and also they deal with the real-time monitoring and optimization strategies. These technologies not only help in minimizing the time that we use and also leads to the urban sustainability. Finally, it helps to measure the energy consumption based on the improved indoor air quality and occupants' comfort. So the main aim of the paper is to give a small literature review related to the works of researchers of present study, where the cities of India has been studied and highlights have been made on the potential benefits of such efforts, including reduced energy consumption, lower energy bills, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The methodology study starts with the background study about the entire concept, from where some research questions have been highlighted, which I have shown in the bullet format. And there the aim has been developed, that is developing the roadmap that has already been discussed in the previous slide. From there, 5 literature studies have been selected of different researchers that answers to these questions. Now, the objective is basically the 5 questions that we have come up, like the importance of incorporating limited energy storage. Next is heating and cooling technologies. Third is use of smart building architecture techniques. Fourth is the low-scale implementation of innovative projects, renewable energy sources in smart cities in India. And fifth, which is very important, is the insufficient knowledge and expertise for increasing efficiency and enhancing the energy efficiency in buildings. Now, going into the case 1, which studies the answers the question, first question is answered from the Mahesha et al.'s paper, where it is mentioned the 5 highlights: the energy efficient building design, energy efficient lighting, building automation system, renewable energy sources, then efficient heating and cooling systems. So all this help in implemented by government to promote energy efficiency in the buildings of the smart cities in India. Second, if we go to the study, there we see the 31 impediments that are related to the 6 sections of governance, legal, environmental, technological, social, and economic has been studied. In order to do that, MCDM model has been used and fuzzy technique is also been applied, so that they can finally prioritize the challenges that are actually leading to the inefficiency of management of different buildings in the smart cities. So finally, the findings that have been discussed here is like the rising of economic volatility, which sometimes lead to unpredictability. The second is the lack of understanding of smart cities in different areas. Third is the lack of smart water meters and also the public Wi-Fi infrastructure. And fourth, that is the MCDM model, which they have used, sometimes for lack of different information, which leads to the non-detailing of the model output. Then the literature study, the third case, which uses that the smart city building which were developed and evaluated for a small building example, delineating with the 5 essential components. They are facility, technology, information, people, and process. So there they have used a very unique way of describing this, that is demand side response method. And they have used the framework of IBDMA, that is Integrated Big Data Management and Analytics. So because of this utilization, they try to combine it end-to-end sensing and data management, automation of actuation capabilities with the capacity to do the near real-time data management and analytics. Now, going into the case 4, which answers the fourth question, is that the shift of the non-renewable resources to that of the renewable resources. Here, a flowchart has been made with the researcher in his paper has highlighted about what are the key renewable resources that have been presently used in pan-India to generate electricity. So the findings it has come up is that the renewable energy will account for 55% of the total installed power capacity by 2030, which is really a commendable job. Then the second is that by 2040, 49% of total electricity will be generated from renewable energy. So that will again decrease the current cost. The third is that generation of employment, which is a great opportunity for the people living in the smart cities. Fourth is that government is also taking initiative to create a green city in different states of the country itself. And lastly, a technological innovation that will lead to the renewable energy consumption, that is shifting from non-renewable energy sources. Fifth study that answers the fifth question is that the use of the low-scale implementation of innovative projects, which will lead to some of the use of classical and traditional forms. The 5 points or the 5 indicators that researcher have mentioned in his study is that local GDP, internet users, RDI, that is research, development and innovation, IoT, Internet of Things, and internet banking. So all these things, all these 5 elements will be categorized, which suggest greater managerial and financial effects, which will lead to the welfare increasing for urban residents. And they will not only do a long-term benefit, but also a small, medium benefits will be seen based on the community's economic sustainability, urban development rates, and leading to public policies at the metropolitan level. Finally, I would like to conclude my work, which says since this is a review which concludes a collaborative approach between the government agencies of building developers and residents to achieve the high efficiency in building in smart cities in India. And also the success of energy efficiency is seen as awareness and active participation from all the stakeholders. The paper recommends a roadmap for promoting energy efficiency in buildings in smart cities in India, based on the several aspects like the benefits such as efforts, including the energy consumption, lower energy bills. Overall, the research paper concludes the solar energy system planning, which can be effective and sustainable solution in an urban scale. And last, it also highlights the renewable energy resources, which will lead to sustainable energy usage and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
The structure of the paper is excellent, madam. There are 2 ways in which this can be taken forward for improvement. For each of the objectives, I see that you have taken 1 paper.
Yes.
Either for each of it, you take multiple papers,
okay,
and give a small conclusion for it, because you may find contradictory findings based on the context. If you
Yes,
take
yes.
multiple. So finally, so what will happen is the conclusion of that review for that objective will be your own contribution. It is your own critique so that is a very major contribution. Or what you can do is do it the way you have done right now, but in the end, at least you can sort of bring it to the Indian context. Okay, in that particular context, it worked like this in these areas. In the Indian context, we can adopt these things, or in the Indian context, this may not be suitable. So what happens is somebody else can take that study and say that, see, Dr. Sudeshna Haldar has already done that study. So I am using it as a limitation and not considering it in my research. Somebody can take it forward from your work. So
Oh,
right now, I feel it is work in progress, but then very well structured.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your inputs.
Ma'am, you have mentioned fuzzy AHP. How you are planning to use it, please?
Sir, in that particular paper, they have utilized this MCDM model along with this fuzzy HP in order to categorize, putting the weights on the particular elements that they have taken for prioritizing the challenges. So I believe that fuzzy HP has been utilized to categorize those challenges so that they can be later on prioritized according to their ranking, and then finally the solutions would be made. So this is how the researcher has mentioned in that paper.
See, madam, this is what I was saying. The work you have done will be subject to lot of interpretation or lot of questioning because somebody's work you are simply presenting it. So either your opinion, a critique, or a comparison, or bringing it to an Indian context, will only it will help you say that I am only looking at their work and bringing it down to this.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr.
Thank
Pratham?
you.
No, I think it's not there. So we conclude the session 1 now, and we'll meet at 2 for the second session on energy efficiency in urban planning studies. Meanwhile, we have sent an email yesterday to register all the co-authors and authors has to register in the NIDM portal. All the instructions are given there. So we again request you to make sure that the registration is completed so that you will be able to generate the e-certificates. Yeah. So we'll meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yeah,
and
yes,
visible.
yes, you can proceed with your presentation.
So, sir, I'm just trying to just share that screen, but it has been giving some sort of an security issues actually. Share me.
You can click on present now. You mute.
My screen is visible.
No, no.
Sir, just give me a minute, sir. Let me fix up that thing because
Yeah.
it was showing some sort of an error.
Yeah. Mr. Narayan Kumar, if you have any connection issue, you can present next turn. Shall we proceed with the second speaker? So by the time you can get it resolved.
Sir, my IT person is here. Sir, give me a minute so that I can present it.
Yeah. Okay.
No, screen share नहीं हो रही.
Screen share कर देना.
एक सेकंड. ये किस पे मीटिंग कर रहे हैं? मीट ना.
मीट ऐड होना चाहिए.
कौन सा स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहे हैं?
सर, क्या स्क्रीन शेयर कर देना उसमें. स्क्रीन शेयर कर देना.
आप कीजिए.
सिस्टम
Might not have.
इसमें मांग रहे हैं सिस्टम प्रेफरेंसेस में ऐड कैसे कर देंगे?
ये एक सेकंड. ये डालिए पहले. पासवर्ड डालिए.
इन गूगल क्रोम में ना.
दोबारा कीजिए.
Sorry, sir. I'm taking some time, sir. You can proceed for the first presentation. We don't have to wait much time for me.
That's
So
fine.
I can come
fine.
to the second presentation.
Yes. You can take your time and then
Yeah.
you can come next turn. Okay. So we would like to call upon the second speaker, Joy Gloria. Oh, I think you are here. Okay. Yeah. So Joy Gloria, now she will be presenting on the topic of designing climate-led landscapes for compact low-rise local climate zone with the eco-sensitive buffer of, what is this? Vandalur Reserve Forest, Chennai. Okay.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'll be presenting on the topic designing climate-led landscapes for the compact low-rise local climatic zone within the eco-sensitive buffer of the Vandalur Reserve Forest, Chennai, co-authored by Dr. Shanmugapriya ma'am. As we all know, urban heat islands have become a common phenomenon in cities. Increasing temperature in cities mean that there is also an increased energy demand to cool the urban environment for thermal comfort. Understanding this impact of increasing urbanization and rise in global temperature is very essential for sustainable and energy efficient development of a city. To enhance the microclimate and thereby reduce the energy consumption in cities, there is a need for a better understanding of the urban thermal environment and development of result-based planning and design strategies. So the aim of the study is to design climate-led landscapes for the compact low-rise local climatic zone within the eco-sensitive buffer of the Vanlu Reserve Forest, Chennai. The objectives of the study is to apply the local climatic zone framework to assess the change in the LCZ in the selected study area within a period of 2 decades from 2002 to 2022, and to further identify the critical local climatic zone within the study area, and to quantify the cooling effect of the landscape elements using NVMET simulations within one of the critical local climatic zones of the study area. The methodology is the site selection, followed by the local climatic zone assessment for the selected site, which would lead to identifying the local climatic zones which are critical in the study area. Further, an area is selected to explore mitigation strategies in the local climatic zone 3, which is compact low-rise local climatic zone, and NVMET scenario designs for the same are applied to arrive at the most effective UHI mitigation strategies. So what is local climatic zone is, it is defined as regions that possess similar characteristics like surface cover, material structure, and population activity. According to this classification, the land cover types are divided into 2 broad types, built and natural, and they are further categorized into 17 classes with 10 built types and 7 land cover types. The LCZ framework is preferred for urban climate study over the LULC changes because of its accuracy at which the LCZ map represents the local thermal environment and how it's widely useful in comprehending and simulating the urban microclimate. This framework looks into the vertical aspect of development over LULC, which looks at the horizontal development. So this is preferred. Several studies around the world have used local climatic zone framework to develop UHI mitigation strategies. And in India, the use of this framework is limited to a few cities, and there is a need for it to be used in many more Indian cities to understand the urban thermal environment in a better way. So the context chosen for this Vanlu Reserve Forest is chosen as a study area, which is situated in the southwestern part of Chennai metropolitan area. It is one of the ecologically sensitive areas of Chennai. The forest has a typical tropical dry evergreen forest, and it has an area of 1,268 acres. This is selected because the urban sprawl in Chennai towards the south in the past 2 decades is towards the south, and it's resulting in the rapid urbanization around the forest, leading to a decline in the vegetation and the microclimate associated with it. Further, the land surface temperature study done for the city shows that there is a significant cool island effect that is associated with the Vanlu Reserve Forest, which is found in 2002, but it's found to be declining over the past 20 years. To help minimize the impact of urbanization and other developmental activities, the Honorable Supreme Court's judgment in June 2022 has directed that each protected forest must have an eco-sensitive zone of a minimum of 1 kilometer measured from the demarcated boundary of the protected area. Thus, a 1 kilometer buffer around the Vanlu Reserve Forest was taken as a study area to carry out the local climatic zone assessment. The study area was categorized in accordance to the World Urban Database and Portal Tool standard, and the maps for LCZ maps for 2002 and 2022 were generated. It was observed that the local climatic zones show a trend of change from low plans, that is agricultural land, to sparsely built small villages to open low-rise to the early 2000s. But in the map generated for 2022, there is a further change of the open low-rise into compact low-rise, compact mid-rise, and compact high-rise. And also paved surfaces are increasing because of the increase in the linear infrastructure projects. So it is found that LCZ 1, 2, 3, and LCZE are the critical local climatic zones within the eco-sensitive buffer of the Vanlu Reserve Forest because of the maximum anthropogenic heat output that they have. From the 4 critical local climatic zones that I found, the local climatic zone 3, which is the compact low-rise, is widely spread across in the eco-sensitive zone of the One Low Reserve Forest. To explore the UHI mitigation strategies, a compact low-rise development situated in the eastern side of the forest is selected. The site selected for study has an area of 6,238 square meters with an open space of 62.42 square meters, which is 10% of open space. It has 30 houses arranged in rows with a building height of approximately 6 meters. The main access road is a 12-meter asphalt road, and the internal roads are 7-meter wide with paver blocks. NVMet version 5 software is used for modeling and the outdoor thermal simulations. And the simulations are carried out for the daytime and nighttime, which is 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. for a day of summer and winter months, which is May 21st and December 21st. 7 design scenarios are simulated with landscape elements. A scenario and compared with the base case, which is existing. Scenario 1, 2, and 3 consider individual landscape elements like increasing the albedo of the surfaces, introducing green roofs, and increasing vegetation by 30%. And scenario 4, 5, and 6 are a combination of the 3 elements. And scenario 7 is taken to consider to see how 10% open space has an impact in reducing the air temperature. In order for the strategies to be ultimately sustainable and energy efficient, it is ensured that they are practical and appropriate for the Indian context. The simulation results were also validated on site for a particular day. So the simulation results are as shown for scenario 1, which is high albedo materials, changing the material of the road from an albedo of 0.2 to 0.8. Scenario 2, having introducing green roof in all the buildings. Scenario 3, increasing the vegetation by 30% on the east-west street and in the open space. Scenario 4 is a combination of high albedo materials and increased vegetation. Scenario 5 is again a combination of high albedo materials, buildings having 50% green roof and increased vegetation. Scenario 6 having high albedo materials, all the buildings having green roof and increased vegetation. And a scenario 7 where it's extension of scenario 6, but the open space is considered as a building. So it is found that scenario 6 with high albedo materials, 100% green roof and 30% increase in vegetation is the most effective strategy in reducing the outdoor atmospheric temperature by 1.92 and 1.15 in the day and night time of summer, and 1.16 and 1.25 in the day and night in the winter months. Further, among scenarios where individual elements like high albedo, increased vegetation, and green roof are simulated, it is found that scenario 3 with a 30% increase in vegetation had the highest reduction in atmospheric temperature by 0.75 and 0.88 in the day and night of summer, and 0.75 and 0.81 in the day and night of winter. Further, a lack of 10% green space nulls the effect of reduction in atmospheric temperature caused by introducing high albedo materials, green roof, and increased vegetation. This highlights the importance of how green open spaces in the planning process is important in mitigating the UHI effect. So taking these results further, landscape design recommendations for the compact low-rise is explored. How, firstly, how the planting strategy for the streetscape can incorporate the native forest vegetation in helping make the development more sustainable. Further, using permeable high albedo materials that will also help in reducing the air temperature and in helping absorb the storm water. And thirdly, incentives and schemes can be encouraged by the government to incorporate green roofs in all the developments within the eco-sensitive zone. So in this study, to conclude, the impacts of landscape design elements on enhancing the urban microclimate for local climatic zone 3, which is within the eco-sensitive zone, is explored. The 7 urban landscape design scenarios are found to have varied effects in altering the air temperature. Incorporating these design scenarios in the compact low-rise development will substantially enhance the microclimate and further help in reducing the energy consumption. The way forward would be that the findings from the study can provide urban planners and landscape designers with an information and approaches for sustainable and energy efficient development, especially within ecologically sensitive regions of the urban landscape. These are few of the references.
So good. Thank you for being very much in time. So we will take the questions from the audience at the end, but I have a couple of points to clarify from you. The critical LCZs which you identified towards the start of your presentation, it wasn't that clear how you have identified. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, sir. So the framework developed by Stewart and Oak, it was from as part of my literature. It shows how these have increased pervious surfaces, decreased increased impervious surfaces, and decreased pervious surfaces. So there is a table which helped me to evaluate how these are critical.
You could have made it slightly more clearer.
Yes, yes.
Because that is important. Otherwise, you can always take any area directly and do the NVMet calculations.
Yes.
So scenario 6 is what you focused on for developing the proposal,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So it can be interesting if you develop some kind of a model or an equation which links how much change leads to how much temperature change. You know, how much change in either the albedo factor or the roof. You have given the figures and how much it changes, but can it be developed into an formula or an equation, not formula, an equation, so that it can be applied slightly more in a wider way? You can think on that.
Thank you, Dr. Ayon. Thank you for a nice presentation. Of course, it's a very important topic of understanding the microclimate and its association with energy efficiency. But I have only one question. What are the criteria adopted for selection of the study region to conduct this investigation? Is there any criteria you have adopted for selecting the compact, low and compact
So this study
rise?
area,
No,
why
that
this
is
particular?
buffer you have taken, where the
Yes.
study is conducted.
So it was found that these regions had or are of compact low rise, and
No, where is the actual study is conducted? You are showing one slide, no? Not this one. Where the study is conducted?
the study is conducted for
1 kilometer buffer zone.
within
Where?
the 1 kilometer buffer zone. I've taken one such development to study.
That is what I am. That.
Yes, yes.
What is the criteria for that?
Criteria. Okay.
So you
I'll
are
have to look
generalizing
into
to whole buffer zones. That needs to be further elaborated.
Yes.
How you are choosing that particular compact and low rise packet for your study? That is not clear. Otherwise, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think as we announced, we will have the question answer session after the fourth speaker complete his presentation. Yeah, thank you. Hope that you have resolved.
Yeah.
Narayan Kumar.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon,
Start with your
everyone.
Yeah.
First of all, my apologies for the delay that has happened because of my technical glitches that has happened over here. So, introducing myself, Narayan Kumar Srikumar. I work as an associate director with the Electric Mobility Initiative at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation is a global platform where we have been working towards India's sustainable goals on energy, water, and climate. So, to continue with that mission mode to achieve the sustainable development, in this presentation, I am going to share one of our experience on leveraging district cooling for the sustainable and effective load management as a case study from the Delhi, based on the load research. How we can. My co-author is Miss P. Sita Mahalakshmi, who works as a PhD research scholar at PSP Vijayawada. Moving forward, Sita, please next slide. As you know that India is experiencing a rapid growth in space cooling demand, driven by the population growth, urbanization, increasing income, and rising urban heat. There is very much need for a sustainable air conditioning. That is, it's a must-prone thing. Moving ahead with the next slide. So according to the India's cooling action plan, the urbanization and economic growth will have to increase our commercial floor area by almost 2.5 to 3 times, as well as the urban household over the double by the next decade. You can see in these graphs that the reduce notified by the MOFCC by 2019 Indian Cooling Action Plan is a seminal policy document which paves the way for the sustainable cooling in India. It was targeting for a reduction in the cooling demand by 20 to 25% by the year 2037, as well as reduce the usage of refrigerant by around 25 to 30% by 37 to 38. So what I want to conclude was actually it was well defined the problem statement that there is a need for increasing cooling that has been happening throughout the country. So there is a need for reduce and how we can bring the element of sustainability and energy efficiency to this aspect. Moving ahead to the next slide. So now we have to focus on, in this topic, we have been focusing on how the district cooling systems can works for distributing as well as supplying and collecting back, how we can provide this and sustainable solution for the cooling needs. So you can see from my slides what could be the benefits of an end-use customers, what could be the cost benefits of that, as well as the infrastructure and environmental benefits attached to this. So I want to take it as from a lens of how we can utilize this district cooling to facilitate and sustainable cooling environment in this country. And in that aspect, I would like to share an study of Delhi, how the Delhi has been performing and what are the opportunities that lies with the Delhi, and what are the barriers we have identified while deploying this large scale adoption of the district cooling system, and what could be the way forward for that. So that is a basic nature of my presentation. Moving ahead with the next slide. So we have already seen that in our early sessions, there a couple of our speakers have already talked about this. So I don't want to reiterate on that aspect, like what would be the global case studies that we have seen that across the world, like when you have been looking from a global north scenario, there will be a number of countries have established that. From a global south scenario, like from China, Singapore, Malaysia, they have also tried out and successfully implemented. Even India have a couple of case studies like DLF Cyber City, Gift City in Ahmedabad, even the Delhi airport. They have proven that the district cooling is the most effective and the sustainable solution for that. So how we can achieve that thing? So I just want to give an thorough example about that, how this case study can work out. Next slide, please. So I just want to, next slide, please. I want to give a total overview about the electricity demand that has been coming from the cooling sector. So you know that Delhi being the capital hub for India, it is right now the entire electricity demand of Delhi has been catered by the 3 distribution companies, which is the Tata Power and BSES, 2 adjoining companies of BSES, like BSES Rajdhani and BSES Yamuna. So my area was restricted to BSES Rajdhani area, in which the entire population was dominated by the LT consumer segment. On the slide, you can see that almost 85% of the domestic is the major consumers, which will be followed by the commercial, which will constitute about around 13%, which means that 98% of my consumer was actually the domestic and commercial, which will be consuming more that I would say 60% is from the domestic, as well as the commercial is around 26%, which means that 80%, which means that 95% of the people has been consuming 86% of the total energy of that. So what we try to do as an approach was, we try to start with the load research to understand what would be the basic characteristics of these things and what are the type of equipments they have been trying out. For that thing, we have utilized the basic framework that has been defined by Bureau Energy Efficiency in their load research profiling. Like we tried to start with the system level load research as well as the demand side load research. In the system side load research, we try to focus on what could be the utilities load profile, how it has been varying over the seasons, what could be its contribution to the peak, and how the cooling demand was pushing towards the peak in the case of Delhi. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, this slide on the left hand side, you can see the load profile of Delhi BSES utility for 2018-19. Similarly, on the right hand side, you can see the load profile of the domestic consumer category. So how I got the domestic profile category, which is basically through another stratified random sampling technique, in which we try to find out which are the feeders which are basically domestic dominated feeders. So dominated feeders means around 85% of the load should be catered by the domestic in that particular feeder. So you can see the similarities in the load curve, which means that you can see an late afternoon peak as well as a late evening peak, which would, I could say that to be very precise, from the afternoon between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock, there would be peak that has been contributing, which is majorly contributed by the domestic as well as commercial load. And there is a late night peak, which will be coming after the 11 o'clock, which is highly contributed by the domestic consumers. So that's a huge amount of contribution that is coming from the space conditioning load. Can you go to the next slide, please? So to understand what could be their contribution to that, we try to do an dwelling into that what is the contribution from the different consumer categories. So on the left hand side, you can see the load profile of the commercial categories, which you can feel that it will be actually adding to the what is the utility curve means. It's an seasonal wise analysis as well as monthly wise analysis to understand that at a different point of the year how the load curve has been changing, and at different point of time what are the type of peaks that has been coming across that, and how we are going to optimize this peak. So because it is not only the district cooling, district heating can also plays a very important role in the case of Delhi, because we are having harsh winters as well as harsh summers. So these four figures shows what could be the commercial and industrial categories, different load curves, and how what would be these catalysts through that. So based on the system load research, we try to come to the conclusion that the commercial and domestic, especially in the case of commercial and domestic, there is a huge contribution that has been coming from the air conditioning load that has been promoting towards that. So it is very much important. We have to do something to bring the reduction on this cooling demand, so that it will help in many ways for the utilities peak load management. Moving to the next slide. Yeah, these are some of the deeper insights about the air condition requirements from the different consumer category. You can see that in that demand side analysis, what we tried to do was we tried to take a survey of around 2,000 households, which will be varying from the different dwelling room size. Why we are going with the dwelling room size? Because dwelling room size would be the factor for the determination of the economic parameters of the different household. Like when you have a five bedroom household, he should be the rich, so its electrical consumption need to be get related on that, and aspect on that angle only we try to understand that what is the type of air conditions, how much type of unitary air condition that has been utilized over there. And the surprising thing was that the penetration of the window air conditions was relatively higher in household with less number of dwelling rooms as compared to other ACs, while the penetration of split air conditioners, including the inverter types, increases with the increase in the number of dwelling rooms. So which means it is very much clear that there is a huge possibility of applying these kind of district cooling techniques when you have been applying to bring in sustainable cooling demand for the capital city of Delhi. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, this is the more deeper insights on how the air conditioners are going to is working in Delhi. You can see that there is an afternoon peak that has been coming over there. It is evident that maximum usage of air conditioner in domestic household has been happening between 22 hours to 4 o'clock, which means that late night peak is actually contributed by the air conditioners that has been working in the domestic households. Similarly, the usage of air conditioning in the commercial establishment, especially the offices complex, between 10 o'clock to 8 o'clock, which have been contributing huge amount of peak to the afternoon peak that has been coming to the Delhi. What is actually the consequence of these kinds of peak? Which means you have to buy more and more expensive power from the market, which will have a greater impact on your power purchase cost, which will increase the tariff as a whole, as well as you have to make investments on your distribution network augmentation, which will have an in-turn impact on the tariff of the consumers. So how we are going to resolve these issues? By using a district cooling system, which is a well-defined solution, I would say, in many aspects. Can you come to the next slide? Next slide, please. So before going to what are the solutions which have been attached to this district cooling system, I really want to discuss about what are the major barriers that has been attached to the adoption of the district cooling systems, especially in the country as a whole. there are majorly 5 P's barriers. I would say I want to vegetate as in 5 P's barrier. One of the first P was the power. It was very much important to ensure and regular power supply is a critical for the efficient operations of these district cooling systems. Because from a power angle, there are a couple of things. One of the things was you have to provide a reliable power, which is quite available in Delhi, but it was not the case throughout the country. The second thing was you will have a good quality of power, because once these chillers get tripped off when they are going for another starting, the initial current that has to be required would be very high, which will have a pain on the peak demand of the systems. Third thing was coming to the power purchase cost. You know that, for example, if you take any parts of the Delhi or any cities, there will be the mixture of commercial loads and the resident loads that has been attached to it. So when a company or an investor want to invest in an district cooling systems, he have to get the power at around the commercial rate, which means that in the Delhi it will ranges from around 7 rupees to 10 rupees. But whereas when you have been providing that sustainable cooling for the residential, it has been charged between 4 rupees to 6 rupees. So there is a differential is there. How you are going to match up that differential, and the fixed charges that are attached to these kind of heavy air conditioning machinery should be also on the higher side. Second thing, from the productions being a very capital intensive, having a high upfront cost that has been attached to it. So it would be business models need to get evolved, which will help to provide and longer periods for returns on investment, especially with a new dedicated capital support. Third thing was policy. As you all know that there is no legal framework or the policy for the promotion or the definition of stakeholders. So, but in my opinion, that there could be the possibility of exploring the demand side regulations, which have been already get regulated the electricity distribution company. So the electrical distribution company have a huge opportunity of building this business model, become the district cooling as a service for them. The fourth thing, like providers, like very limited installation or the lack of domestic experience, because even though we used to say that Atmanirbhar Bharat or Made in India campaign, that is one of the major bottlenecks when you have been coming to district cooling. We don't have enough number of suppliers for the big valves, control systems when it's related to the district cooling, which means the indigenous productions. So there is a need to support this indigenous production. Is it possible to bring a production linked incentive scheme, or what could be the initiative that can be done over there? The fifth thing would be the promotion. It should be lack of awareness among the various stakeholders which have been placed in the chain. So what kind of capacity building aspects that need to get brought on over there? Coming to the next slide. The last slide in mind. So what could be our way forward for this? This thing would be like, is it very much important? There is a need for the notification of policy and regulation, because India's specific roadmap for the district cooling system need to be get developed. The notified policy and mechanism to adopt DSS at a city level, which is also very much important, because in every cities the needs are different, the usage patterns are different, the consumption patterns are different, load profile is different, the total power purchase cost mix of the utility is different. Engage with the different stakeholders, as I mentioned about the discoms, revisit existing codes, as well as what could be the rating systems for the space conditioning load. These are the things you can do it on a policy level, how we can make these ecosystem barriers can be overcome. What are the policy levers that need to get brought down to make this thing to happen? Second major thing would be the introduction of business model. As I pointed out, like how distribution company have a greater opportunity to become the distributed district cooling as a service to them. We have to develop the pilots. We are trying to develop the pilots, but in the pilots also, if you go to the gift city or if you go to the to different aspects of these things, so we can find a number of bottlenecks and they need to be get resolved over there. The third, must not the least, but not the last, I would say, increasing awareness. It should be initiatives to increase the awareness and the build capacities, as well as which would be the key tool for the demand side management, as well as institutionalize knowledge exchange mechanism, as well as develop a pool of consultants, which will help to engage with the stakeholders, which can benefit the district cooling systems. Thank you so much for your patient listening. If you have any queries, I would be happy to answer for that.
Yeah, thank you, Narayan Kumar, for your presentation on highlighting the importance of district cooling system and its integration of energy efficiency. It highlights the slogan of think globally, act locally. That is what the it is an integral part of the climate action, right?
Think globally, act locally, and made locally.
Yeah, that is highlighting your entire presentation highlights from my side, I am not finding any study region specific analysis or any study region specific proposals. Nothing is coming out in your presentation, but you have presented a lot of data. From that, we can understand that we can act local in order to address the macro level concerns, climatic concerns. That is what.
Absolutely, sir. To respond to that, it is basically the study focused on the licensee area of DSCS Rajdhani, which will actually hold the western and southern Delhi parts. When we have been making an estimate of what would be the potential of district cooling over there, would be close to around 343 hectares of a commercial area that can be developed under this district cooling. That is, I could say that is a number which I cannot put in the slides because there should be a non-disclosure agreement we have signed with the concerned utility. So I don't want to give that number, but to be a result-oriented thing. So 343 hectares of opportunity is there. So, but the major challenges that has been attached, what I have been trying to explain, like the 5 Ps, how we are going to resolve those bottlenecks so that 343 hectares can be converted back to the district cooling systems.
Yeah, what we understood from your presentation is completely generic, but study region specific recommendations, that is what the analysis is not there. Okay, I will pass on to the chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. Narayan Kumarji, I think this is a very interesting case which you are making. We all understand the benefits of district cooling systems. It is awareness levels are there to a large extent, at least in the academia and certain niche sectors which are developing these systems. But why it is not getting mainstreamed, why people are not onboarding this is a question. And that for that, towards the end of your presentation, very interestingly, the barriers slide came. I was waiting for that. So that was interesting to see that you have identified the barriers and suggested some recommendations in the last slide. What I can only add on here to what you have said is, it would be good if you pick any one of these barriers or a number of them and then go deeper into it in the form of a white paper or a research as to why that barrier exists, taking a case study of one part of Delhi and how to overcome that barrier so that it becomes less theoretical and more practical. Maybe some quantitativeness of the barriers.
Sure,
each one of the barriers in numbers, and how if you are suggesting a policy recommendation change or let's say awareness level change, so what is it, what exactly, which aspect of policy, and how which particular audience should be targeted for awareness, which technology or which kind of incentive. There has to be more detailing towards the end of the presentation is what I feel. That's the response.
Thanks for the comment, sir. I can come back to you with the detailed business model for that, because there should be a detailed business model that has to be developed on that, in which there would be the opportunity to bring the demand side management regulation that has been already notified by the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. But there is always, as you pointed out, there is an integrated approach need to get adopted by bringing this demand side management aspect to the energy conservation building codes also of the concerned state. So that I completely agree with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Now I would like to call upon the next presenter, Akshay Sanyal. Energy efficiency at urban scale, challenges and opportunities. Are you there, Akshay Sanyal? Yeah.
You are mute, Akshay. Unmute yourself, please.
Akshay Sanyal?
Am I audible right now?
Yeah, you are audible. You share your screen and then start with your presentation. Akshay, am I audible to you?
Is my screen visible
Yeah,
to all?
your screen is visible. You put it on slideshow mode and then present. Okay. Yeah, it is on. You carry on. Yes.
Akshay, we are not able to hear. Are you speaking?
Hello.
Yes, please go
Hello.
ahead.
Yes. So good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for presenting this topic. My core topic is energy efficiency at urban scale, and I am majorly focusing on challenges and opportunities on this. So I start with a basic introduction by giving some important data like according to Central Electricity Authority, India is consuming recently in India is consuming 1,563 billion kilowatt hours of energy, and industrial sectors is the largest which is consuming among all. Also, according to international energy agencies, they have conducted a study on which global CO2 emission also in India, global 40% of the CO2 consumption is being done by the building sector only. So in India, many initiative has been taken place, such as National Mission of Enhanced Energy Efficiency and National Solar Missions, to to kind of mitigate this kind of problem. But uh, let's go deep into the challenges that what are the challenges that we are facing on that. So according to BP statistical review, majorly as we can see on this data, all the fossil fuel consumption is on in a dominating phase as compared to the renewable energy phase, and this is the graph showing up to the data of 2020. So, what are the major challenges that we are facing is in energy generation, we are facing high energy demand. The urban in an urban scale, the electricity demand get peak high. It's a seasonal change. Like in summer season, the peak energy demand gets very much higher. Second thing is limited space. Like in urban scale, to get a energy generation plant in a densely populated area, it can be a really huge challenge for authorities and development authorities to procure that kind of space which can accommodate generation plants availability. Third is environmental impact. That as we have observed that right now we are leaning toward the renewable sources, but at this given moment in 2021, 2020, this year we are still depending majorly on fossil fuels. So it has a huge environmental impact. So energy generation plants in a urban scale, if we are implementing it, it will have a huge environmental impact. Also, there is a infrastructure constraint. Like if we have an energy generation plant in our city or scale, the substations and all kind of infrastructure constraint is also becoming a challenge for the implementation. And of course, there is the cost affordability. Uh, the second major challenge that we have found is the complexity. That how much complex this whole procedure is, and we need to start making means a regular toolkit kind of a thing, or a regular formulate a regular method through which we can implement the entire system on a proper manner. So also there is a funding for implementation in urban level. So right now at this given moment, government has started a smart city mission for funding, and in this graph on the right, as we can observe that the public private partnership is at 21% and central state government is 45%. So we need to all increase this kind of partnership with the government, which will eventually help, because developing a policy and implementing it on a urban scale is a two entire different kind of a thing which requires a huge amount of funding and grants. So the major 3 points are government grants, private investment, and PPP, yeah, public-private partnership, through which we can get this kind of funding. Also, there is stakeholder engagement, which is one of the challenges which many of the government and many of the urban level issues are getting. They're like local government, business, and community organization. We need to incorporate and have to be on a same pace, on a same cooperative manner to pursue this kind of energy efficiency thing. And at last, in data availability and monitoring, what point we want to raise here is after implementing any kind of policy, we need to have a proper data and monitoring that whether it is working on the full scale or not. So here I have detailed out a small thing about that priority of policy driven monitoring. Like if we are implementing any kind of policy, how it is implementing, how it is working on. We need to get a data for that, a review data for that, or a feedback kind of a thing. So we can revise it again and update the possibility for improvement. And of course, at last, one of the major point as an architect is that the quality of building design for energy efficiency. Nowadays, a green rated building has been given a prioritize, but in residential level also we need to implement and improve the quality of building design so that eventually in a urban scale level it will give a huge impact for the city and improve its energy efficiency scale. And next, I have highlighted what can be the possible opportunities for the energy efficiency at this urban scale. And on that, first of all, it is the policy supports like energy efficiency standards, like ECBC, ASHRAE. They have all done all kind of policy. Incentive programs like if you are green rated or platinum rated, you will get a huge incentive from a local governments. Energy labeling, smart grid technologies, and transportation policies, building codes. These are all policy support promoting for energy efficiency. Technical innovations is also one of the huge area for innovation, a huge opportunity for this kind of thing. Like here also, building automation system, smart transportation, energy efficient lighting. It has a huge scope and huge opportunity for where the research can even innovation can be done. At last, there is also community engagement and rise of awareness in a community level, in a social level. So here we need to have a inclusivity, transparency, collaboration, accountability, and continuous engagement. Sorry for this error, but for continuous engagement through which we can aware that energy efficiency factor. And also, I have done some kind of literature study for promoting, for putting the point that how in a foreign country like Copenhagen, Denmark, what they have done is they have used a some kind of repressive techniques on which the plan includes to create a district heating system which use the waste heat from the nearby power plants. So what they are using is the excessive heat that they are generated. They are reusing that kind of heat. So this kind of strategic and planning decisions can be implemented not on exactly like on heating system, but at least on passive manner or earth air tunnels and this kind of implementation through which the efficiency of the work or the function of a urban scale can be improved. Also, one of the majorly most awarded project is the street in Melbourne. In this, what they have done is the street in the city are locally, they are while signaling the intersection and managed by the operator of means they are have a proper efficient and a properly tuned trams and transportation system, and it is one of the most prioritized and most famous transportation system they have known. So what I conclude is that the energy efficiency at urban scale is a crucial strategy for reducing the consumption and carbon emission while enhancing the sustainability and resilience cities. The government, business, and communities must work together to overcome the challenges. And some of the key strategies that I am recommending is that by achieving the energy efficiency at urban scale, we need to include the building design, construction, and promoting the renewable energy sources by encouraging the sustainable transportation modes and implementing smart technologies. The urban planning solution. The effect may require significant investment and collaboration with cross of stakeholders. And we have to think about the long-term benefit of reducing the energy consumption and promote the sustainability in the city. Well effort. Ultimately, more energy efficient urban environment can help to create a healthier and more livable community for all. Thank you for your attention. If there is any question, you can ask.
Yeah, thank you, Akshay Sanyal, for your presentation of energy efficiency on urban scale and challenges and opportunities. It is a very vast topic, and
Yes.
I was expecting much more information, but you are highlighting the certain challenges and opportunities.
Yes.
But more specific challenges and opportunities at urban scale. For example, you should have an idea about what are the most influential factors responsible for minimizing the energy consumption or integrating the energy efficiency at urban scale. That needs to be highlighted, and there is no specific certain case studies. It is of more generic. It's like a literature study. With that, you are concluding your presentation. You would like to say anything about that?
Sir, there is a detailed literature study also available, which I have put on my report on that research report that I am going to submit. But yes, it is. I have to work on more on that. Sir.
Yeah, there is no specific recommendation or something. It is not coming out at urban or else region specific recommendations. It is of more open, and you are discussing. You have a free hand to discuss many things, but a lot of things you can discuss at urban scale if you keep open, right? Okay. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to call upon the next presenter, who is Blasi Amulya Deepika. The topic is ecological footprint assessment of tourists and their impact of biocapacity, a case of Panjim. You can start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity for letting me present here on a national conference on energy efficiency in urban planning for enhanced urban resilience. My topic here is ecological footprint assessment of tourists and their impact on biocapacity, a case of Panjim. So coming to the terminology, what is ecological footprint? So ecological footprint is the land required as per the demand and the consumption patterns with respect to the food, accommodation, transportation, and waste generation, etc. And biocapacity is the land available to supply food. And both of these are accounted using the unit of global hectares. And ecological footprint is a measure of sustainability. And here, all of the categories of consumption are assessed in terms of land. For example, how much land is required to produce food consumed, or how much land is required to sequestrate the carbon that is produced by the transportation sector. So here, cities act as a nodes of resource consumption. Hence, it is equally important for them to be sustainable and also self-reliant. And here, need for the study is like we think ecological footprint of a city is dependent on the consumption patterns of its residents. but it's also equally important on the part of tourists. So the floating population also contributes to the ecological footprint of the city, which leads to the environmental degradation. So the study aims to bring out the underlying issues of environmental degradation using the ecological footprint assessment, and absence of such approach in of assessment and master plan leads to the irreversible effects on its pristine environment. Next. So, what is the relevance of energy efficiency with the ecological footprint assessment? So, urban resilience is more like so the magnitude of the shock that can be absorbed without letting a system change its structure. And sustainability is more about the optimum utilization of the resources, which meet our own needs without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs, and avoiding the depletion of the resources to maintain the ecological balance. So here, concentrating more about the impacts of tourism on environment. So it leads to the land degradation and also the effects on pollution, air pollution, water pollution. So energy efficiency helps in like tracking the resource consumption and reduces the GHG emissions without compromising on the quality, and it makes it sustainable and increases the resilience. So here we need to solve the challenges of climate change, water scarcity, and sustainable natural resource management. There needs to be a significant change with respect to the planning of urban developments. And here there is also a need for the master plan to address the issues using the measure of sustainability and resilience through the ecological footprint assessment. Next. So the case area description here, the criteria I've taken for the case area selection is highest density of domestic and foreign tourist influx with a very small aerial extent. So the case area that is selected is Panjim, which is the state capital of Goa, and this lies on the banks of River Mandovi, and the whole city has around 33% of the area constitutes about the natural resources itself. And this area is about 8.12 square kilometer with a population of 40,000 persons, and like population density is 4,900 228 per square kilometer. And this map shows the areas of like tourism and heritage is places, and Delhi tourist influx is about 5,380 persons. So this area has a natural scenic beauty, attractive beaches, temples, etc. Next. So the main aim of my study is to determine the impacts of the ecological footprints of tourists on the biocapacity of study area, and suggest approaches to minimize their impact. So here comes the hypothesis that ecological footprints of tourists alone is greater than the biocapacity of the study area. And here the research objectives are first one, to assess the ecological footprints of tourists on study area for the current year, to calculate the biocapacity of the study area in the current year, also to estimate the biocapacity and ecological footprints of the study area in the horizon year, that is for 2042. And fourth is to determine the impacts of ecological footprints on biocapacity of the study area in terms of land degradation and resource depletion, to suggest approaches and minimize the ecological footprints while promoting the tourism activities. Assumptions of the study are that the trips which are attracted towards Panjim are considered to be the footprints of Panjim. Important food consumption is also the footprint of Panjim, and consumption of fruits and vegetables are considered negligible, hence not calculated in this. Limitations to the study are that the parameters that are calculating the ecological footprint is limited to the food, accommodation, transportation, and waste generation. Scope of the study is that consumption patterns of tourists are majorly considered from the hotel establishments itself, and degradation and resource depletion is assessed based on forest, water resource, and mangroves only. Next. Here is the approach of analysis. So under the first objective, to assess the ecological footprint of tourists, uh, for the present year, I've taken two types of tourists, that is national tourists and international tourists, where ecological footprint assessment is done using the consumption land use matrix. I've taken the components of the study as food consumption, accommodation, transportation, and waste generation. So under food consumption, there are variables like how much wheat is consumed, how much meat, fish, rice, beverages, milk, and under accommodation, water consumption and biocapacity with respect to the type of hotels. And for the transportation, how much is the fuel consumption for air travel, like based on travel hours, roadways on distance, and like railways also on distance. So for the waste generation, glass, paper, plastics, aluminum, and other metals are considered. For the objective two, to calculate the biocapacity of the study area in the current year, I've taken so I've done the change in biocapacity in terms of land cover that is assessed based on NDVI and NDWI of 2022 and 2002. So I've taken variation in between the two decades in terms of forest, water resources, and mangroves. So for the third objective, biocapacity of 2042 is assessed on land use prediction model, and ecological footprints of 2042 is projected based on tourist influx for 2042. And fourth objective is to identify the determine the impacts on ecological footprints. So here it is considered based on the resource depletion and degradation in terms of water resource, forests, and mangroves. So for water resource, I've considered the groundwater, surface water, and water quality. And under forests, NDVI and carbon sequestration potential is calculated, and came up with the change in vegetation cover, which varies. And for the mangroves, it's about the loss of mangroves. And objective 5 is derived from 1 to 5 of them. These are the tools and techniques that I use, the data required for each objective, and the techniques that I used. So, as it is explained in the approach of analysis, I'll go with the next slide. Here is the analysis and reference. For the first objective, like so how much food is consumed and how much it contributes to the fossil energy, and built a plan of fisheries or crop plan is calculated, and the percentages here are given. So based on the total calculation, it comes up to ecological footprint per tourist is equal to 2.53 global hectares, and for the whole tourists, all tourists, that is per day influx, which is 5,380, and that calculates up to 13,600 like global hectares. And for the second objective, biocapacity calculation, which is based on the NDVI and NDWI calculation for 2002 and 2022, that's based on the equivalence factor, yield factor, multiplied with the area gives me the biocapacity. So that's how I arrived at the biocapacity of 2002 and 22. And here, calculating the overshoot is biocapacity minus the ecological footprint, which is basically like the demand minus supply. So the area of city Panjim exceeds the biocapacity by 37.02 times of biocapacity. Next. So for the third objective, it is an estimation for 2041 how much would be the biocapacity and ecological footprint. So this is like based on the predicted land use land cover. So there is a decrease in the area of water bodies, vegetation, and mangroves. So with that decreased area, I've calculated the area and the biocapacity formula that is there. And for 2042 ecological footprint, it is calculated based on the geometric projection method for the tourist influx projection, and then it is multiplied with it. And the overshoot for this 2042, it comes up to 44.72 times of the biocapacity. And coming to the fourth objective, impact on resource depletion and land degradation. So for the water quality, there are two areas which are having the water monitoring stations, which are at And there are three more water bodies within the area of Panjim, but within the area of Panjim, but doesn't have the water monitoring stations. And groundwater, there is like 1.2 times more than the extractable like extraction limit is more than one is 1.2 times more than the maximum extractable amount. So surface water, there are like Mala Lake. There are two creeks which are like surface water bodies are like shrinking due to encroachment. And mangroves also there is a loss of mangroves about like 12.4 hectares. And vegetation here under area under vegetation has also decreased about 20 to 30 hectares here, and which also results in the degradation of carbon sequestration potential. Next slide. So issues and strategies. What these are the major issues and the strategies that are identified for the whole topic. So the proposals are based more like about proposals to reduce the ecological footprint, also proposals to enhance the biocapacity. So there is also a problem that tariffs on any amount of water consumption for this hotels is flat. So policy recommendations has to be made higher for the water consumption as per hotels. And there is green and open spaces doesn't comply with the URDPFI guidelines. So there needs to be an increase in the vegetation and protect and conserve the natural features available there. Loss of natural features like water bodies and vegetation and mangroves. It needs a lake conservation, also rehabilitation and preservation measures around mangroves. And there is a higher urbanization that's affecting the natural pattern here. Also, so this needs a construction limit on the construction activities in the eco-fragile areas here. And electricity usage of hotels is like 28 times more than the domestic consumption. Hotels need to register themselves in Griha or LEED to make them energy efficient and self-reliant. So here, improving the biocapacity and reducing the consumption leads to increase in the regenerative capacity and urban resilience. And tracking the electricity and water consumption is important to reduce the consumption. Using the energy efficient practices right from the building scale to the usage of the renewable sources of energy. And sustainable use of any of an area's resources needs to be tackled by different sectors and multiple levels of governance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amulya, for nice topic, and it has a more relevant to Goa and region specific.
Yes.
And it is interesting, and your inference and findings also very interesting. With that, I have two quick clarification, just so for my understanding, how
Yes.
you have forecasted the biocapacity for 2042.
So
Can you
using
explain
the
that?
predicted land cover. So
Hmm.
I've taken from Bhuvan, there is 2012 land use land cover, and also 2017. So there is a 5-year gap wherein I can estimate the change in the land cover. So this is projected to 2042
Yeah, that is
in the geospatial tools as in mollusk model.
with
It is
NDVI.
so mollusk model in
Molus.
QGS.
Yeah, that
Yes.
that okay. Then how to predict the regenerative capacity?
So regenerative capacity
You
is
are
the
talking about the regenerative
yes, sir.
capacity. How you will?
So biocapacity is the regenerative capacity.
That is what you are saying.
Yes.
That is what your understanding is. That correct?
Yes, sir.
Regenerative capacity is biocapacity.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think good work, but you can add some more dimensions towards the end of when you are concluding, because you started off with tourists, but mostly the strategies are linked general with hotels consumption. So maybe you are linking.
So as in the scope of the work, I've already told that this will be like it is taken for the hotel establishments. So I had to stick with that.
Yeah, no, when you are estimating the footprints, it is for the consumption of tourists, right, at the initial stages,
Yes.
including their food consumption, electricity consumption, their activities, various things at the.
Yes.
So when you are concluding or towards the end, when you are strategizing, it can also be with the same scope,
Okay.
so that it doesn't become to strategies of some specific buildings only,
Okay.
because your footprint calculation, it spans not just for the hotels, it spans for all the activities. So that only that, otherwise interesting work.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, floor is open for question and answer. So far, we had 4 presenters presented their papers. Now the floor is open for questions. All of you can unmute and raise your questions, if any, with these 4 papers presented so far, or else you can text if you have any issue in the chat box. You can text also in the chat box. If there are no questions, then we will proceed with our presentation. One question? Yes.
So the first presentation, I don't remember the title of the presentation. No, so not that one. This designing climate-led landscapes for compact, low-rise, low climatic zones. Yes. So I had just one question. Then when you're speaking about this distribution or not distribution, so you're saying about different scenarios, right? So scenarios regarding the greeneries, scenarios regarding the green, how much it should be increased. So my question is, so how this should be increased and what would be the influence area you're taking here, considering here? In continuation to what Adinarayan sir was asking earlier, so what would be your influence area? Would it be like distributed green spaces, or would be here, I know, green spaces at one particular location? Would there be difference if you have a distributed green spaces? Do you have any, you know, studies or that you have done regarding it?
For the study that I did right now for the compact low-rise, there was an issue with the space that was there. So I was only able to increase the vegetation by 30% to see how there was an effect in reducing the atmospheric temperature. But as part of my thesis, I'm also working on the other critical zones and how these strategies can be implemented there. So there I am working on how the open space configuration also plays like smaller pockets or a centrally large open space, how that 10% distribution also plays an important role in mitigating is also explored further in my other studies. It was found that the smaller pockets distributed had a better effect in mitigating.
So we can start with the next presentation. Kalisetti Gautam Verma, are you there? Yeah, Gautam Verma is here, so you can share your screen and we can start.
Sir, I will present after the next one. Yes.
Is there any issue? You have any problem?
Yeah, some problem. Yeah, co-author. I have some co-author with me, sir. She need to come. She has to come. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Then we go to the next presenter.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yazini PR. Do we have?
Yeah,
Yazini?
it's presented, sir.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible, sir?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. One second, sir. Sir, I'll present from another device. 1 minute.
No, there's no, you can send it to this one.
You're on the chat. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Now, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Today we are. Good afternoon, sir. Today we are going to see our paper presentation on a study on incorporating the solar panels at traffic junctions for catering the sustainable urban mobility infrastructure. These are the contents of our paper: introduction, aim, objectives, analysis, case study area, the model, conclusion, and references. Urbanization. So, cities are the main drivers of the economic growth. As per UN Habitat, the World City Report of 2035, the percentage of the urban population is expected to be 43.2%. The report also states that in the last two decades, China and India experiencing the massive growth and urbanization. So, rapid urbanization affects the urban mobility, which causes the increasing motorization, a low modal share of non-motorized transport and public transport. And the last but not the least is the weather conditions. So the aim and objective of our paper. So aim of our paper is to study the effectiveness of incorporating the solar panels at traffic junctions. Objective is to study the potential of generating the powers from solar panels set up at the urban nodes or junctions to identify the temperature difference and comfort gained by incorporating the solar panels at junctions, to calculate the average power which could be generated at the junctions by incorporating solar panels, to identify the potential uses of the power generated for various infrastructure needs. So this is our methodology. So methodology, first we have framed our aim and objectives. From that, we have identified our area of study, and then from area of study we have actually taken 3 study areas, and then through the recognition survey we have narrowed it to one study area, which we'll discuss later. From that, we have taken the analysis. Analysis part comes from the Rhino 3D modeling, Grasshopper, Ladybug. So which used to analyze this thermal comfort, and then efficiency and power generated, which we have analyzed through the Solar JS, and proposals and the way forward. So coming to Chennai, so Tamil Nadu. As per the reports, by 2030, Tamil Nadu will be the most urbanized state in India, with 67% of its population living in urban areas. This rapid urbanization has made the Chennai a melting pot of opportunities and cultural and merging point of the motor vehicles. As per 2017, close to 22% of Tamil Nadu population lives in Chennai, which accounts 4% of Tamil Nadu in terms of its geographic size. So this is an interesting picture, which we can see in the bottom left side. We can see this motorists are taking shelter under the trees. So this year, the country's maximum temperature in the February has risen to 29.54 degrees Celsius, the highest recorded since 1877. As per the report of the Indian Meteorological Department, this was the hottest February witnessed by the citizens in the last 146 years. As per IPCC, specific report has quoted the impact of global warming have led 1.5 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial level. With rising temperatures, it becomes a huge hurdle of the people, especially cyclists and two-wheeler riders, to commute every day, especially at the traffic signal junctions. So this picture was the um, this picture shows these urban solutions which have been used in uh, which has been used in Pondicherry, Nagpur, Karnool, and name a few. And this installation has the major spark for our paper presentation. And this paper focuses on improvising this idea for the greater goods of society. It is based on the idea of tapping solar energy along the mobility corridors, especially at the junctions, and signals using the solar panels, which also provide the protection from the harsh sun rays to commuters waiting for the signals. So this is the specific photovoltaic power output map of Tamil Nadu. So in that legend, we can see Tamil Nadu stands nearly between 1,500 to 1,700 kilowatt per hour. So in that, in the right hand side, we can see the specific photovoltaic power output map of Chennai. So there is an average of 2,716 hours of solar light per year of possible 4,383. It is 62% of daylight hours. And from here, my co-author Yalini will take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for the junction study, we have actually considered 3 junctions, out of which we have zeroed in on Nandanam Junction, Chennai. It is a very important junction connecting all the major places of Chennai. So if you look at Nandanam Junction, it has a cut time which varies from 180 to 200 seconds, the signal cut time. And at peak hours, the signals are handled by traffic police manually. So this place, actually, people need to wait for nearly 10 to 15 minutes during the peak hours. So it is a very crucial junction. So and these are the pictures which we took during the reconnaissance survey. You could actually see the scale and the grandeur of this junction. It's a very big junction. So for our analysis, we have actually generated the 3D model of this place using Rhino, which we'll be using for all our analysis in Ladybug and Grasshopper. So if you look at the direct normal irradiation, that is what hours per square kilometer at Nandanam Junction in Chennai, we could see that during the first half of the year, it receives a very good amount of sunlight, which could be used for converting into electric power. So if you consider this map, and then the next graph will be showing the total photovoltaic power output of Nandanam Junction. For this study, we have actually considered 216 watt solar panels based on various studies. So actually there are 4 different types of solar panels available, which is monocrystalline, polycrystalline, PERC solar panels, and thin solar panels, out of which the monocrystalline is easily available in India and it is also effective. So from that, we have considered 216 watt solar panels. So if you look at this graph, you could actually see that the solar energy could be tapped during the maximum time of the year. Like it as the red band is actually prevalent throughout the year. So it shows the importance as well as the climatic convenience of Chennai, which can be used for tapping the solar energy. So as told before, this will be the junction, and we will be incorporating solar panels along the approach ways. So this is when the solar panels are implemented, this will be the final result. So this is the scenario which we'll be using for our analysis. And this is another view of the junction. So these solar panels will actually provide thermal comfort for the people standing below, as well as generate electricity, which could be used for in the mobility infrastructure. So for further analysis, we have done using Rhino and with Ladybug and Grasshopper. So if you look at this image, the overall the orange color shows the solar, solar irradiation, and then the places where the solar panels have been incorporated shows the temperature difference. We could actually see a difference of minimum of 3 degrees Celsius when the solar panels are incorporated with respect to the surrounding areas. And then this is actually a 3D view of it. So this is how the entire setup will be looking. So if you look at it, we could actually see that the entire area, I mean, the standing way for this, will be covered, and then there will be a minimum thermal comfort will be achieved. It won't be a permanent solution as such, but it will be a momentarily solution which plays a long role in the psychological nature of the motorist and commuter. So now coming to the annual power production based on incorporating the solar panels. So for our study area, we have actually considered proposing solar panels for an area of 20 cross 15 meter square, and then the dimensions of a standard 216 watt solar panel is 1.955 meter cross 0.992 meter. This is the standard dimension of solar panels available in India. So for this area, which we have for Nandanam Junction, the total number of solar panels required will be 155. And then based on the average sun hours in Chennai per year, it's 2,716. So based on this, we arrive at the total power produced in Nandanam Junction in a year. It comes up to 90,931.68 kilowatt hour, which is the power generated at just this junction. So if you look at the capacity of power generated, if all the junctions are placed with installed with solar panels, the energy power generated will be very much useful for our mobility. So this power, we have also identified potential uses for the power generated. It could be used for traffic signals, street lights, electric vehicle charging, smart mix. So these all form part of the urban mobility. And then these actually consume a large chunk of government money when it comes to operating and for the power consumption charges. And CCTV cameras, Wi-Fi hubs, and sprinklers. Sprinklers over here, we are actually talking of two types of sprinklers. One is for the sprinklers used for the green areas. The other one, since we are incorporating solar panels, the maintenance of it should also be considered, because since it's going to be installed at an higher position, we can't manually clean it. So these sprinklers could be set up along the pipelines for the panel, so that it could be cleaned at regular intervals using the sprinkler mechanism, so that the efficiency of solar panel remains similar throughout the year. So these will be the potential uses of the power generated. And then the conclusion is that solar energy is the most abundant source of energy on our planet. When solar panels are incorporated at junctions, they do not only generate electricity, but also provide thermal comfort to the motorists and pedestrians underneath. A considerable decrease in temperature is also observed upon the addition of solar panels at the junctions. The climatic character of the city plays a key role in this installation, which is also the limitation of this project, because for a city like Chennai, which receives sunlight throughout the year, this will be a success. Also, Chennai does not have that much of a cyclonic activity, so it won't be a major hindrance over here. But then this will be a factor when it's installed in other cities to be considered. And then the next point is the power generated could be used for various mobility corridor infrastructures and thereby reducing the cost spent on them. To conclude, small drops make a big ocean. In the same way, micro-level interventions in an urban area will eventually make way for better sustainability. These are the references. Thank you.
Well as generating energy out of it. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The structure of the presentation and the flow is very logical, so there's no question about that.
Okay, sir.
So why you have taken junctions? I understand, because the main logic here, which I understand, is that the red signal timing is probably high. When
Yes,
there
sir.
is a red signal, so there is a wait time there. But generally, red signal timings are designed, should not be designed beyond 150 to 160 seconds. So you are saying these areas have about 200 seconds wait time, right?
Yes, sir.
So that itself is an indication that it is a junction which might work with rotary or grade separation. And if the wait time is less than 150, 160 seconds, then it is a very short duration to actually provide shade. We generally should be providing shade to a place where a person would be at least stationary for more than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, etc. So, and these are vehicles. So predominantly the shade is indicated or aimed at the two-wheelers, where there is otherwise somebody who is in a car for 150 seconds need not have a shade. So what's your response on this? Because what I'm trying to say is that the idea is good, but we have to see the cost benefit of it. Why not the solar panels along all the medians? Or in the junctions, why not have certain amount of tree cover if the cross section allows? If the cross section is allowing a superstructure to have a solar panel, it probably can allow certain kind of trees as well.
Yes,
So what's your response?
to answer your question, with the sustainable development, the main idea for incorporating solar panels at junction is that it's the area won't be having any tree cover as such, so that it's a vast. I mean, for tapping solar energy, we need vast area without any hindrance. So this area, because of the traffic signals and then the centrality of the space, there won't be any tree cover. So considering that, we have actually zeroed in on junctions and urban nodes. So the first part is to, incorporate it at junctions and later move on to bus stands, bus depots, where the possibility of tapping solar energy is present. Also, one more thing is that not all vegetation trees as such grow in urban area because of the dust pollution, noise signal. If the trees are already, if they're going to be a century-old trees or 50-year-old trees, there won't be any issue. But considering Chennai's climate and heat, the possibility of growing a new tree as such at a junction will be a very hectic and difficult task. So this will be a win-win solution because we are also getting energy. We will be tapping electricity, which will be used for urban mobility, infrastructure
Okay,
corridors.
understood. Thank you. Why not along the medians? You get much more length.
So for the cost for setting along the medians will be high. But then if it's going to
Why?
be
Because medians already have street lights. So this on top of this, it's already constructed street lights. Poles will be there, right?
Yes,
You don't
sir.
need to have a superstructure running all over the road.
Yes, sir.
But you'll get lots of the median runs along all road network of the city. So consider so that you build a logic that it becomes very defendable. I think the idea is very good. I fully agree. The idea is good. It's innovative.
Thank you, sir. We'll consider it, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you, Yashini and Balaji, for making a nice presentation and innovative idea. And there are other ways, like Dr. Ayon pointed out, I agree with that. There are other potential ways to tap the solar energy. Ultimately, that is the focus. Ultimate focus is maximize the renewable energy at city level. With this, okay, thank you for your presentation. We will have a question answer session at the end.
Okay, sir.
So I would like to invite now next presenter is Guru Vishwas from SPA Vijayawada, integrating energy efficiency in urban transport sector, a case study of Jodhpur. Guru Vishwas?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start with your presentation.
So I hope my presentation is visible and I'm audible. Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you for presenting me with the opportunity to present in this conference. So as the topic states, integrating energy efficiency in urban transport sector. So that is the research work that we are going to be dealing with. As the right side image states, energy is not just integrated with transport. Energy in general is integrated in everything, starting from a living thing to a non-living thing. Energy is integrated in everything. So energy in transportation sector will be analyzed and with respect to the aspect of environment. So this presentation is going to be in a framework of such. So with respect to energy, as International Energy Agency states, their report states, energy demand in India is supposed to be going up, crossing the benchmarks of China and US by the year end of 2040. As such, the reason will be the population that is currently present in India, and thus the energy demand that is created as a result of that. So before we go into the presentation, remembering the law of conservation of energy, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Keeping this in our mind, which will be addressed at the end of the presentation. So energy, let us consider energy in the universe itself is a closed system. So the total amount of energy existing has always been the same, but the form of which the energy takes keeps on changing. So energy demand leads to energy efficient measures as mentioned here, and thus it has scope in various other sectors where it can be analyzed. So in specific, this research work will be dealing with transportation sector. So energy efficiency, as we know, less energy and efficient techniques, thus it will reduce the climatic impacts in general. So there are, as I mentioned, various opportunity in various different fields, especially the reason for choosing transportation sector, as mentioned by the IEA report, energy transportation is the second major energy demand that is currently existing in the country of India. So that is the main reason why transportation sector is taken a look at over here. And also, as the image depicts, energy saving is dealt using energy efficient techniques, and energy efficient techniques are more looked upon using renewable or sustainable methods. And thus in transportation sector especially, it will be the solution might be low emission rates, so that we now will be taking a look at the some of the conventional one such conventional method that was used. So how we can reinstate that and utilize it further. So as energy efficiency can be categorized into 4 tiers of as such: system efficiency, travel efficiency, vehicle efficiency, and green efficiency. System efficiency deals with reducing transportation needs integrated with the implementation of land use by increasing mixed land use and so many other things. So travel efficiency deals with the introduction or I would say promotion of public transport and non-motorized transport, thus reducing private vehicular usage. And then the vehicular efficiency will be fuel technology usages, optimized vehicle operation, and introduction of electric vehicles, promotion of electric vehicles, all that. And green efficiency will be a clubbed thing of all these three: system efficiency, travel, and vehicle efficiency. Green efficiency majorly will be focusing on the carbon footprint reduction, helping us to reduce the global warming and thus climate impacts. So the overall expectation from the study is that in general, as previously mentioned, under system and travel efficiency, the improved transportation and more pleasant modes of transportation, urban sprawl can be reduced, all those with the help of mixed land use being implemented. So these are the general research work frame objectives that are identified with respect to reducing the carbon footprint. But here, this, as I mentioned previously, it will be specifically dealing with environmental aspect. So reducing air pollution, thus improving the human health and also the environmental harm reduction, thus just reducing it on a local scale, which can further be implemented on a global scale. So the road to solution, this talks about the methodology, the identification part deals with identifying an extremely polluted city. With respect to the study, the extremely polluted city was identified based on the national ambient air quality standards, where the air quality standard of certain cities were found to be extremely poor. One such city has been chosen, and the analysis part is dealt using a Kaline modeling tool and also a GIS software. The next part will be envisioning, as previous slide was talking about the objectives that were expected out of the study. So envisioning through or envisioning towards that specific objectives, and thus solving them using various policy and policy studies that were performed, and thus suggesting one specific policy which can be implemented as a practical solution. So the study region that was chosen was Jodhpur. Jodhpur is also called as the Blue City. So it is located in Rajasthan. The study area delineated, as mentioned, was worked upon using the various analytical data that was obtained from the study area, and those values were inputted in the Kaline modeling software, where certain parameters like background pollution and then vehicular volume count, all those things were and various other parameters were implemented, and thus the output was generated as seen here. The points where it is marked in blue were the survey locations that were considered, and as you can see, the lighter areas, the rose gold color being the most polluted zones, and the brown ones being the further polluted, and thus even more lesser polluted is the other brown areas. So the main reasons for this pollution across Jodhpur as a region is because of the vehicular emissions that is higher in the core uh, region of the city, as mentioned, core area of the city as mentioned, and the industrial sector, which is present over here at the extreme end of the city, where as a historical vehicular data suggests, heavy vehicular or heavy commercial vehicular or light commercial vehicular uh, registrations have been gone down over the period of years, considering the current situation. The previous years, dating back 5 years to 6 years, what vehicles were used with respect to HCVs and LCVs are even currently being used. So the main reason of that usage is that, as we know, the Bharat stage engines, BS4, BS5, BS6 engines, tended to reduce the vehicular emissions that were present, that were emitted. So the previous vehicles that were being used emitted lots of radiations or emissions compared to the current vehicles that are present. So not changing the vehicles frequently is also one of the reason why the industrial zone is also majorly polluted. So from the based on the traffic projections that were done, the output and result map was produced, where we can see that not much of a change is identified, even though the vehicular technologies are tending to improve over the years. No much change is visible in the values that were predicted for the horizon year as termed in planning terms. So with the result output that is identified, as previously mentioned, so intervening in such a situation in order to reduce this not a gradual change of pollution, CO2 utilization or CO2 sequestration methods are one of the ways of considering that. So CO2 utilization actually falls under various different categories, where fuels were utilized from CO2, and then bioenergy capture and reuse was identified, and then carbon sequestration techniques with respect to land use where soil is dealt with is also available. And one such technique is forestry technique, under which the forestry technique, the green highways policy that was reviewed falls under. This green highways policy was formulated by the Indian government and released in the year 2015. The policy was implemented until the year of 2019. After that, the policy has not been reinstated. So considering the reinstatement of such policy, which can which actually states the emission different tree categories or plant categories that can be planted along a highway, so that carbon utilization or carbon storage can be done, or the carbon inhaling of by the plants can be done. So considering all this CO2 utilization and integration of the first four tiers of transport energy efficiency, system efficiency, vehicular and green efficiency, all those mentioned, integrated framework or a policy framework, a need for such a policy arises with respect to the specific study area. The major two parts that were used was, as previously mentioned, green highway policy and the CO2 utilizations, CO2 sequestration technique. Based on the policy was considered. If we can develop one such policy which can integrate all this together for a regional level and thus implemented it on a national level, that will be of greater towards a greater step. So from that, these are some of the reference that was identified. And as I previously mentioned, considering the law of energy conservation, uh, uh, CO2, or let us say energy, can neither be created nor destroyed. So keeping that in mind, we consider CO2 as a threat where it is emitted from various different sources such as industries or even if it's transport sector. But instead of considering CO2 as a threat, if we start considering CO2, which are inhaled by the plants, as an integral part of the environment, as and how humans, we are part of a environment, CO2 is also part of the same environment. So if we start considering CO2 as a part of the environment as such, we can come up with better and hopeful solutions. Thank you.
Okay, interesting paper once again, like the previous ones. So I have two quick suggestions on which you can respond. One is that it appeared to me that you have used a model to work out how the air quality will be with respect to industries and vehicles across Jodhpur, right? And then you have done it, you have predicted it for 2043. So that's like a dispersion model, dispersion of suspended particulate matters, right?
Yes, sir.
So to a large extent, this is interesting, but for me, and the way you concluded by talking of carbon sequestration and dealing with the emission, it was more of an emission mitigation or emission management related study than an energy efficiency study. So you think on that, because when you want to make energy efficiency in transport sector, you probably have to deal with the fuel or the amount of fuel get converting into emissions. So once you have targeted your predominant analysis is the emission and how it is spreading over the city, and then how to reduce the impact of the emission, right? Emission is one of the byproducts of a particular type of energy source.
Yes.
So there may be less emission if diesel vehicles are running. There may be lesser emission, further lesser emission if electric vehicles are running. So the emission factors depend on the vehicles. So where is the energy aspect? What is your response to that? Is it energy getting more efficient in your study, or is it a management of the outcome of the energy?
It is a management of the energy outcomes. Energy is not being utilized here. So it is just the management of the energy that can be reused in different aspects.
Yeah. So think on it. Generally, coming to the second point. So when you were ended, you said CO2 is a part of the atmosphere, and we have to look at it as probably as a resource or a potential, or how to reuse it. In general, excess CO2 or excess carbon or NOx is not really a resource. It is the main issue for which so many governments and so many intergovernmental panels are trying to work towards reducing it. So it is actually an excessive waste. So you need not think of it as a resource or as something which we are reusing. Plants anyway will take CO2. It is the excess, how to mitigate and how to treat this excessive waste in the air is what is your angle of thinking or presentation should be. Do you get my point, what I'm saying?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So CO2 is a resource, but not excess, because there's a certain proportion which is allowed in the atmosphere. Beyond it, it's not a resource. Something which we have to deal with. And particularly along the roads, if it is excess, not only CO2, all the other air polluting aspects, we have to probably look towards how to mitigate it. But again, your proposals are not energy oriented. Had you mentioned that even a green corridor, which you're saying, it is mostly about capturing the emissions. It is not really about uh, reducing the emissions. Nowhere you're talking of how to reduce the emissions by having an energy related policy. So think on it. This is a good start of a research. There is so many angles here and so many ways to take it forward. So you just think about it. And in fact, your last slide had a big word called think. So I take on that, and I think we can
Yes.
think further on it. This can grow. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Guru Vishwas, for a nice presentation. I think we can move on to the next presenter. Last presenter. No, yes, as per the schedule. Yeah, the last presenter,
Sir.
second last, Susmita Tammarkar.
Sir. Sir, Gautam Varma, I'm here to present.
Sorry? Yeah, Gautam Verma, you please wait. We will come back to you at the end. Okay?
Okay, sir.
So now, Sushmita, you can present the topic, interesting topic, the compact city, an energy efficient urban farm. Let us listen to this interesting topic. Start with your presentation.
Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Sushmita Tamrakar. I'm going to present on the topic, the compact city and energy efficient urban farm. The presentation is divided into 5 parts, starting from introduction, followed by literature review on urbanization and energy consumption, sustainable urban planning, compact city and its case studies, summing up in conclusion. Introduction. This is well known that energy is crucial for the progress of societies, the growth of economies, and enhancing the living standard of people in every nation. The various sources of energy available to us are fossil fuels, renewable sources, and fossils. The graph on the image on the left shows the relationship between total energy consumption by the world and the real GDP. It shows that increase in GDP is accompanied by the increase of total energy consumption, which means energy is the key input to almost all consumption and production processes. Urbanization and energy consumption. With the economic growth, we see more and more people migrating toward urban areas, leading to rapid urbanization and overcrowding in the cities. The figure on the left side bottom shows that in 1950, only 30% of the population resided in urban areas, which has grown to 55% in 2018, and it is expected to cross 60% by 2030, which is a huge percentage. The reason behind migration is the conducive environment for businesses and employment opportunities, which attracts rural population to urban areas. In the process of boosting the economy, cities consume the majority of energy produced worldwide and release 60 to 80% of global carbon emission, which is leading to climate change. Talking about global emission, the pie chart on the left shows us the percentage of greenhouse gases produced sector-wise, which says 72% of the total greenhouse gas produced is due to energy production. Further, subdivided, which is on the right side of the pie chart, subdividing the 72% gives that electricity and heat sector produces 31%, followed by transportation sector and manufacturing, which are 15 and 12% respectively.
Thus, increase in the energy efficiency can lower the greenhouse gas emission and its adverse effects like climate change. As planners, we can do our bit by planning the cities, which are the future of the world, in more energy efficient and sustainable way. Urban spatial developments should be more focused on human scale solutions such as promoting accessibility to jobs, shops, services, and amenities through walking, cycling, and public transport rather than solely depending on private automobiles. A study by Rafiq Jabreen on various sustainable urban forms was conducted, and it shows that compact city development strategy is the most energy efficient, least greenhouse gas emitter, and the most sustainable way of developing urban areas. As compact city gets the maximum point. So, what is compact city now? Compact city development is characterized by high density areas with mixed land use, low dependency on private automobiles, rather usage of public transportation, and clear boundary from the surrounding areas to avoid sprawl. When the compact city concept was first introduced in 1973, it was idealized as a single centered circular city with explicit tiers, due to which the concept is misunderstood as opposed to decentralization. But compact city doesn't presume a specific urban form. Different areas can pursue different urban structures. The map on the right side, bottom, shows the spatial structure of Tokyo Metropolitan Plan, which is clearly a polycentric plan and not a monocentric megacity. Seeing how compact city is an energy efficient urban form, talking about the spatial dimension, the layout and distribution of land use, the size, shape of plots, and the design of streets, they can significantly affect the energy efficiency in cities. If we can optimize this, we can possibly reduce energy consumption by 2 to 4 times. Uh, the size of the blocks and the impact on connectivity, the small images shows that as the number of intersection increases, the emission increases, which means if which means like the Turi Estonia shows that we have 152 intersection in 1 square kilometer. Even this kind of planning is not supported, and the towers not Beijing, it has 14 intersections. Even this is not supported. So cities with compact urban form exhibit a well calibrated mix of street sizes and function, including large cities, moderate number of medium streets, and significant number of narrow streets. So by following this, we can reduce the amount of energy consumption. The second point is resident and job densities. If we can plan and organize the distribution of residential and employment densities along transit oriented corridors, the utilization of public transportation, and it would decrease the reliance on cars for commuting to work. The map on the right side of Atlanta and Barcelona, both the cities have approximately similar population, which is 5.3 and 5 million respectively. They're spread in area 7692 square kilometer Atlanta and 648 Barcelona. The energy consumption per capita for private transportation is 80 and 90 megajoule respectively, which shows that uh, although both of them have similar population, but the urban area occupied by Atlanta is 26 times more than as large as that of Barcelona. So the most crucial factor for achieving energy efficient urban planning is the deliberate and coordinated dispersal of population densities across various regions. The third point is accessible density. The accessibility and concentration of population in urban areas, it plays a very crucial role, and it can determine the overall energy efficiency of a city, because the accessibility directly impacts travel behavior. So if when services and amenities are conveniently located within short walking distance, the pedestrians are provided with safe and comfortable area to walk, they will choose to walk. Otherwise they have to drive. So compact urban development gives opportunity to develop high density along transit development corridors, having mixed land use, clear boundaries, walkable and cyclable cities. I did some case studies. The first one is Toyama City, Japan. The problem Toyama City was facing was that of urban sprawl and an aging community. So the population density was decreasing, and the government faced a worsening financial situation. To solve this problem, government issued a downtown revitalization plan and public transport revitalization plan. Compact urban development was proposed, and policies were introduced to attract residents and businesses to move along the transit corridors, as they have shifted more towards outer side of the city and the sprawl has happened in Japan. The three plans: revitalization of public transport, regional hubs, and promotion of district with public transport, all these three solutions led to population shift back into the city center and the utilization of public transportation corridors. And we see that the behavior of residents, particularly the elderly, was changed due to LRT system. The LRT triggered a mode shift from cars and buses, which is having an impact on energy efficiency through transport network. The second case study was Vancouver, Canada. The problem in Vancouver was rapid population growth, lack of sustainable transportation, lack of housing facility, and excessive energy consumption through automobiles. The left side pie chart shows us that maximum percentage of energy was consumed by cars and light trucks. To solve this problem, the government came up with some solutions like contain the development and not go for urban sprawl, go in right places, directing residential and employment growth to urban centers, protect the rural landscapes. Also, Vancouver adopted compact city strategy, focusing on the perspective of urban land use, designated and transit oriented development. The other strategies adopted to reduce energy consumption from transportation were lowering the amount of total vehicle kilometer travel by reducing the car trips, encouraging walking, bike, or transit use, energy efficient technologies, and energy efficient fuels. So we see in the diagram in between that the transit ridership has gone up by 38% between 1998 and 2007, while population has increased just by 13%. The third case study was Melbourne, Australia. The problem in Melbourne was with the change in industrial structure, the inner Melbourne was at a risk of becoming a donut city, as everybody was shifting in the outskirts of the city and inside was getting empty. The rapid population growth and increased use of automobiles to come back to the inner part. So the commute time and distance was getting longer, which consumed a lot of energy. So the solution which government came up with was Melbourne began its compact city strategy in 2002, and the state of Victoria released Melbourne 2030 planning for sustainable growth. The urban growth boundary was introduced, an integrated transport system in the metropolitan area to achieve energy efficiency. With the maps, we can see that between 1981 to 1991, the population density in the center was less than -20, which grows with the solution implemented by the government. And between 2001 and 2011, we see that the population density has increased to 20 and greater. So the intensification of land use in within the boundary was one, and the concept of 20-minute neighborhood was proposed, which also aligns with high accessibility characteristic of compact city. The fourth case study was London. The problem here was rapid population growth, increased use of automobile, increased energy use, pollution, and congestion, and the sprawling urban area. The solution was again compact city, emphasizing higher density and intensification of land use and development of public transport system. The congestion Also, the London government came up with the congestion charges to raise funds for the construction of public transport system. The congestion charges are still one of the largest in the world, and they set a reference point for other cities when considering their own plans. So, the concluding remarks are that, as we see in all the 4 case studies, that all the problems which were faced by the cities were solved through compact city strategies, and the strategies have been successfully applied and are still going on. And to implement the key principles of energy efficiency, we can apply these points like implementing compact urban growth policies and regulations, developing dense and interconnected network of streets, integrate spatial transportation and infrastructure plans, ensure accessible green spaces, develop small blocks with diversified uses, going for mixed use development, making streets for people and not for cars, and maximizing the potential of bioclimatic designs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sushmita, for presenting. Wonderful. It's a wonderful presentation about highlighting the energy consumption and the difference between the compact city and dispersed development. And we are moving towards, we are thinking of the compactness to and also to eradicate the sprawled development. And I have 2 suggestions or concerns, and also you have some international case studies, some relevant case studies which highlights the compact city concept and certain inferences, also general inferences you have. But at the concluding point, what I expect is how much compact we can go for. With your understanding of this literature and case study, how much compactness we can go for, and also what is the diversity, at what level the diversity can be. That also, any comments on that from your side? Anything you want to add upon?
Sir, to first question, for how much compact we can go for, the Indian cities, in Indian scenario, I would like to comment. The cities which are still growing should grow compact still. Only some cities like Mumbai should not go for compact development now. And how much compact it should be, I have to still study about this, sir.
Yeah, that sort of understanding and clarity, I think you should add in your presentation. And second point, diversity. How much diverse mix can be there, a maximum, and an Indian context? You have any idea about that?
Sir, in Indian context, the Indian cities are already mixed use. If we see the major streets, the transit oriented zones, they are majorly mixed use in nature only, and India supports mixed use very nicely. Like, it is not like other countries that we have zones divided fully. We already are mixed use.
Yeah, I think, and also the third, my concern is you can very well highlight what are the key and influential factors, components, I would say components of the urban form, which is having more relevance or with a high impact of energy efficiency. That also, that sort of understanding, clarity also, you should think further. As of now, it's a very good presentation, and it's a very nice topic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I would like to invite the last presenter, Gautam Verma.
Yes,
He's
sir.
going to present study of carbon
Sir,
neutral.
good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Study of carbon neutral materials and influential factors for green roads.
Yes, sir.
You can proceed with your presentation.
Yes, I am presenting. Can you see my screen, sir?
I think your screen is not visible. You have to share your screen. Yeah, loading.
Now it's visible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put it on
Okay, sir.
slideshow mode.
Yes. Yes, sir. Myself, Kalisetti Gautam Verma, and I'm from SPA Vijayawada only. I'm studying Masters in Building Engineering Management. My topic is study of carbon neutral materials and influential factors for green roads. It includes five topics like introduction, literature, objectives, methodology, and conclusion. In coming to introduction, the study of carbon neutral materials and influential factors for green roads is an important area of research for promoting sustainable infrastructure development. In that case, the roads and highways make a vital contribution to make economic growth in country by providing employment and social health and educational services that provide an opportunity for increase the poverty. And this study involves evaluating various materials and their carbon footprints, as well as assessing the factors that influence the use of these materials in road construction and maintenance. The green roads refers to concept of designing and constructing and maintaining the roads and transportation infrastructure in sustainable and environmental friendly manner. The cycle that is reducing the carbon emissions and which leads to the by using of recycling materials to minimize the environmental pollution that leads to eco-friendly green highways which is maximize the highway efficiency. This is the main concept. The objectives. The objectives are to use carbon neutral materials for reduction of greenhouse in the construction industry and to reduce the poverty and address the economic challenges affecting the developing countries, to provide other recycled materials that could be used as a partial replacement for sustainable construction. These are the objectives are aimed to minimize the global challenges towards the green roads. Coming to literature says influential factors for green roads. The material selection, the choosing the carbon neutral material for construction is essential for achieving sustainability goals, which is based on the environmental impact and cost effectiveness and availability. And next, the locally sourced materials are reduced the carbon footprint associated with the transport and promotes the local economy. The energy efficient construction method. The green roads should be constructed with using the energy efficient methods such as equipment with low carbon emissions and minimizing the waste during construction. The maintenance and repair. The proper maintenance and repair green roads can significantly increase their lifespan, reducing the need for frequent construction, minimizing the carbon emissions associated with road construction. And coming to interaction with green infrastructure, such as the planting trees and installing rain gardens, and the green road can provide the numerous benefits such as improving air qualities and reducing heat islands and promoting biodiversity. And lastly, conducting life cycle analysis of green road can help to identify the areas of improvement and ensure the overall sustainability of the project. These are some carbon neutral materials that can be used in the green roads. The recycled materials in the road construction can reduce the carbon emissions. For example, recycled asphalt, concrete reduces need for new raw materials and reduces the energy required for their production. And the bio-based materials. The bio-based materials such as bamboo, timber, and cork can also be used in the green roads. And geosynthetics like geotextile, geogrids, and geomembranes that can be used to reinforce the soil and stabilize roadways. And the hempcrete. Hempcrete is a biocomposite material that made from the hemp fibers and lime. It can lead to low carbon alternative to traditional concrete, can be used for the road construction. And the permeable pavements. The permeable pavements are road surfaces that allow water to pass through them and infiltrate the ground. They can be made from the variety of materials such as porous concrete, permeable asphalt, and interlocking concrete blocks and significantly reduce the environmental impact of road construction and maintenance. And coming to methodology, my co-author will speak.
Methodology which speaks the carbon footprint and low carbon materials, and which follows optimized transportation routes and modes, use renewable energy sources, implement green construction practices, and offset remaining emissions, and monitor and maintaining of the road. Uh, that the measure the carbon footprint of the material used in constructions are greenhouse gas emissions produced during the time of the construction, transportation, manufacturing, and maintenance, as well as in operation of the materials. Then construction, in terms of the carbon footprint, it's of 12%, and in terms of the maintenance it's 2%, and in terms of the operations it is 86%. Carbon footprint of materials are used in measured. Then choose of the sustainable and low carbon materials such as recycled materials, alternative binders, and permeable pavements. The low carbon material recycled material such as asphalt, which is used in 28%, and 18% of recycled concrete, and crushing plant of the 16% we are used for the uh, low carbon materials. Then optimizing the transport routes and modes, we reduce the distances by reducing the distance, and efficient transportation by optimizing the transportation routes while processing the materials, and use renewable energy resources such as the solar, wind energy, and power construction equipments while operating and construction process going on, and implementing green construction practices such as reducing the waste, energy use, and emissions during the construction processes, and offset remaining emissions are such as carbon emissions which produced during the road construction, such as carbon credits, purchasing the carbon credits, and investing in the project. And finally, monitor and maintain the roads. It is to ensure and continue the meet sustainability goals, which minimizes the repairs and reconstruction of the roads. Reconstruction of the roads. Then conclusion, this study estimate the reduction of carbon emissions when green highway technologies are related to the road construction, that is low carbon technology, recycling and reuse of excavated material which is used for the construction, then green road design with a carbon neutral materials which are significantly associated with the maintenance and promoting the environmental protection in long term viability. Then it decreases the pollution and converts the GHGs into the renewable resources. Secondly, it uses as a neutral binding building materials to construct the roadways, which results in no pollution. And material used to construct roadways can absorb the vehicle emissions, heats, carbon dioxide, and GHGs due to the neutrality. Then reduction, the renewable resources such as solar street lights along with social benefits, solid waste management, landscaping along the corridors, which reduces, and reduction in the carbon emissions is driven by the change in the construction work, while existing technology is replaced by the green technology roadways. As a result, use of this carbon neutral material should be encouraged, and reuse will be done in the construction industry of these GHG emissions. These are the references which we took and studied. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation on the topic, Gautam Verma, on the topic of carbon neutral material and its significance and its influential factors for
Yes, sir.
green roads.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now the floor is open for questions. Audience, if you have any questions, you can put it on chat box, or you can unmute and ask questions. Questions, please. Yeah. If there are no questions, it's a time for, yeah. Yes, I think one question is there from.
About the solar panel. Hello, solar panel at the traffic junction. My name is Kayusha and I'm faculty here. The question is about the solar panel at the traffic junction.
Yes,
So
sir.
the one solar panel generates how much the energy?
216 watts.
Okay, 260 watts. Okay. Each city has a character, right?
Yes, sir.
So every traffic junction, if we put the solar panel, what do you think? Is it feasible?
No, as a part of our limitation, we had already stated that the city's character will be considered for implementation for implementing this idea, because Chennai, it's predominantly sunny weather, so we have considered Chennai, and then it does not have that much of a cyclonic activity. So based on this criteria only, we zeroed in on Chennai, and as well as for the junction also, we stated the reasons for choosing the junction.
And second, have you considered the inventory of solar panel? As in how much the inventory we have as in India?
No, sir, we haven't done that.
So that's very important. You know, we all, most of the many presentation, in the many presentation I have seen, you simply are telling solar panel or street solar lights. But do you think that much of the inventory we have?
The reason
And
we
have you studied how the solar panels are constructed? What kind of the minerals are required, and from where those minerals are coming, and
Yes.
condition of those countries?
Yes, sir. So based on study only, we chose monocrystalline model, which is easily available in India. And the 216 watt is a commonly available thing. We haven't gone for polycrystalline or PERC because of the following reasons. PERC is the most efficient one, but it's very expensive and it's not easily available. Whereas monocrystalline model, which we have chosen, is easily available and could be used for implementation. It's also manufactured by Tata, so it's available everywhere.
So my concern is when we are asking the efficiency, so efficiency not within our country or any country. It should be universal, right?
But then efficiency in the sense climate also plays a role, right, sir? Because
So that
everything can't be objective, right? It has to be
yeah,
subjective.
absolutely right. So my concern is that kind of the study is also required to be done, right?
Sorry, sir.
That kind of from where all the raw materials, everything comes. So those also need to be studied. So my point
Okay.
is that.
Yes, sir. We will do it,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any more questions? We would like to have more questions. Audience. Yeah, please.
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Srikanth Satish, Assistant Professor from the Department of Planning, SPA Vijayawada. So, I've been going through this presentation of sustainable urban form, trying to incorporate compact city principle within our cities. So, the presentation was very good, and the aspects that you've talked about also make sense. But I was searching for an aspect: what drives our city and urban form? From a honest point of view, it's the DCR and building bylaws for any city. So where have you addressed in a DCR or building bylaw for an Indian city, which are the components that need to be addressed so as to ensure the principle of compact city? I didn't see that in anywhere within your presentation. Overall, you have talked about the generic principles associated with the compact city, but I didn't see anything regarding building bylaws and DCR and aspects concerned with building bylaws and DCR. For example, when you take a different sectors, residential, commercial, industrial, all of these would have their own, for example, ground coverage, height, etc. So I didn't see any of these aspects anywhere. Is this outside your scope or are you addressing this in any way for your topic? So this is my question basically.
Uh, Sir, this comes under my limitation, and I am currently working on the transportation sector only. That's why I do not talk about residential or DCR things.
I see. Because I've been seeing many other studies as well, and I felt majority of the studies have missed upon these aspects. So these are also crucial aspects which we will have to find a way to incorporate, because we have seen some foreign case studies, such as the case study of Vienna, which has incorporated these principles into their building bylaws. Similarly, if there was any study which had done this at an Indian level or tried to critically understand what are the components which we need to include to ensure complexity, I was looking for that actually, because we are focusing on the macro level, not the micro building level, especially for this theme of today's workshop as well.
Sir, they are definitely important, uh, but they do not come under transportation. So I lack knowledge regarding that.
Sure, thank you.
Sir, any other questions from audience? Conveners, organizers? Okay, if there are no questions, it's time for concluding the session. Today we had 8 papers, research papers presented of different topic and variety of presentation with theoretical approach, and as well as some of the papers were really had a scientific approach in energy efficiency at urban scale and local scale, and all variety of papers were relevant to energy efficiency in urban studies, and it's a wonderful session. Thank you for the papers presenters for having your time, sparing your time with the national conference, and I will pass on this to the chairperson to finally conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adinarayan. And I think I agree with him. All the 8 papers were very interesting and different in their approach. It was intellectually stimulating, no doubt. I would specifically like to mention there were some very good overview papers, particularly from Sushmita, Guru Biswas, Akshay, and Narayan Kumar. These spoke at the policy and the theme level. And we had very interesting regional level application papers from Blessy Amulya, Kali Seti, and some very localized case studies of Joy Gloria and I think Yazni and Balaji. Not very localized, but definitely more micro level. So we had a very interesting mix of approaching this theme right from the theme level to policy to micro level, and a wide variety of thoughts were there. I congratulate each one of you for taking the attempts of writing this, and I hope that you will extend the abstracts into full paper and submit eventually to us. Thank you for your time, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, thank you all for joining. And for tomorrow's session, we have already mailed you. There will be 2 keynote addresses. The first keynote address will be 10 o'clock by Professor Abdul Razak Mohammed, and followed by one session on urban resilience planning. There will be 6 presenters in that session. And at 12 to 12:30, there's one more keynote address from Professor Xingxing Zhong from University of Sweden, followed by the last session on disaster mitigation and resilience. There will be 12 presenters in the last session. And we'll have the final concluding remark in the evening. Just to remind all the participants, all the authors and co-authors to register in NIDM portal to get the certificates. We'll not be issuing any separate certificate for that. So we kindly request and remind again all authors and co-authors to register yourself in the NIDM portal by 5 p.m. tomorrow.
By 5 p.m. tomorrow. After that, they will close the portal. Can't get registered after that. And the link with their registration link has been sent by email to all of you. In case someone of you has not received or is there any such issue, kindly let us know. Because the certificates will be issued that portal only. Please take note of that and fill in the required details. Latest by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Better if you for this part.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the session now.